measures even Singapore's Prime Minister Wong on 1st of May, remember, had announced, and urging the people of Singapore to at least exercise restraint when it comes to whether it's traveling, whether it's consuming, and also cautioned Singaporeans to prepare for a more difficult period ahead, adding that if the crisis deepens, the state would step in with further support.
We did well last year, but there is no time to rest, unfortunately. The first storm has not passed fully, and already another storm is upon us. And this one is more severe. The situation in the Middle East has evolved, and it remains highly uncertain. Fighting has paused for now, but tensions remain high. So we should not expect this crisis to be over anytime soon. In fact, the pressures are likely to intensify. Supply disruptions will persist and may worsen in the months ahead. Globally, inflation will rise, spreading from energy to food and then other essentials. And Singapore will feel the impact directly. And all this will put real pressure on businesses, workers, and households. So we must brace ourselves and be prepared for a more difficult period ahead. And I want to be upfront with all of you so that we are mentally prepared.
But these are also interesting visuals coming in. Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, you would see downsizing to an electric vehicle, at least when it comes to fuel consumption. So one would, of course, appreciate it because of the Bihar Chief Minister, as said and suggested by Prime Minister Modi, to cut down on the convoy, bring an electric vehicle. But here's the catch here. For sure, Bihar Chief Minister ensured that his vehicle was the electric vehicle. But then he otherwise had a convoy of 21 cars. So a 21-car cavalcade of the Bihar Chief Minister. But yes, his vehicle is the EV, electric vehicle, that he switched to. So many would ask if this is really a measure that Prime Minister was expecting from like his own cavalcade that was cut down from 12 to 15 top-notch security vehicles to about 2. Bihar Chief Minister definitely switching to an EV, appreciated there, but then 20 vehicles apart from that with him. And these are not the electric vehicles, just to add on to it. These are, of course, the usual fuel resource vehicles that have been used. Rohit Singh joins me for the latest on that. Rohit, so can I say he did agree and he did follow what was expected of other chief ministers, but not to the T?
Well, see, it's just the beginning that has happened. But let me tell you, after the Prime Minister made that appeal of cutting down on use of petrol and diesel vehicles, Samrat Chaudhary, the new Chief Minister of Bihar, has in fact also adhered to that appeal of the Prime Minister, and he used to use a petrol and a diesel vehicle till yesterday, but today we saw him that he was using an electric vehicle. So that's okay that he himself has switched to the EV. But what about the other vehicles who are part of his convoy? Because in these visuals that have gone viral on the social media, almost 22 to 25 vehicles, all petrol and diesel vehicles, are part of his convoy. However, Samrat Chaudhary himself is sitting in an electric vehicle. Clearly goes on to show that more needs to be done.
Ask here that this switch to the EV is in a way to show that he has taken that step. But he kept the EV, but also kept other 20 vehicles.
Yes, that is true, and that is what he has to direct his security persons and the people who are part of this team, that the convoy also needs to be, the size of has to be decreased tremendously, because right now what we are seeing is that almost 24 vehicles are part of his convoy, despite the fact that he himself is in an electric vehicle. And in the early morning today also, he has posted on social media that how his government has given out some instructions of cutting down on the use of vehicles which use petrol and diesel. So that is fine, but these pictures, this video has gone viral, where we see that Prime Minister Modi himself is just using 2 vehicles as part of his for traveling and also part of security. But here you have the new Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary, who is traveling in a convoy of almost 24 vehicles. Back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us. So an electric vehicle to ensure that fuel is not wasted, that an alternate measure is used, but that's about it, with 20 other vehicles coming in. Perhaps Samrat Chaudhary will take another day to be able to tell his authorities and the ones who organize this cavalcade, but then Prime Minister setting an example with 2, perhaps the Bihar Chief Minister can cut down on that cavalcade as much. So we have more news coming in about what exactly is happening. Remember, these are different measures that are being announced, suggested by Prime Minister Modi himself. And here, starting with one, you can see in the center of your screens, that is Prime Minister Modi's 2-vehicle cavalcade. But this will be very crucial. Remember, SPG controls PM Modi's convoy security, and therefore the blue book aspect will remain, which is the basic security will have to be, of course, there for Prime Minister Modi. Now, this may be for the next few days that we see his cavalcade when it's passing through. Bihar Chief Minister, encouraged by it, also switched to an electric vehicle, a step you must appreciate there. But what caught many people off guard were that he also had 20 other vehicles. Now, why did the CM need 20 other vehicles? Who was in it? Were these vehicles that could be discarded for the next visit that he does? You can see an ambulance. There are, of course, all sorts of other emergency vehicles. It looks like senior police officials or the administrative officials are also in this cavalcade. So will that be something that Bihar Chief Minister will have to think this through? So this is an interesting update that has come in. Kapil Mishra, remember, used the Delhi Metro. So he also used the metro to ensure and to show that he is following the suggestions that have come in from Prime Minister Modi. But looks like one by one, perhaps one day at a time, that chief ministers who have been asked, especially the BJP-ruled state chief ministers, have been asked to keep their cavalcade at the lowest number when it comes to vehicles. And before anybody could question Prime Minister Modi's convoy, he himself, leading by example, showed only 2 vehicles. Now, remember, a lot of it is also about showcasing, about optics, and it's important because when that optics comes from the top of the leadership, it sets a different benchmark. And therefore, one of the reasons is that the chief ministers and other senior officials have been asked to follow the same. Now, these are, of course, not extreme measures in the sense a lot more will need to be done if we ever have to be majorly conscious and cautious of our resources. However, but it is the first step in that direction. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, apart from, of course, how the Bihar Chief Minister, look at that, the visual on your screen, electric vehicle for sure for the Bihar Chief Minister, but with 20 other vehicles, which are the usual petrol, diesel vehicles. But the measures also and the suggestions come to suggest at least a basic aspect. Is something brewing in the next few days with the constant mentions of caution? And this is not to sound alarming, but to at least understand that the government strategy is to already start preparing that possibly if the West Asia war continues for a longer time, a longer tenure, that it would be difficult to have fuel resources and other essential commodities that could face a certain setback, or at least a log that comes in, a backlog, especially with the Strait of Hormuz still facing a blockade. But look at these visuals on your screen. We are putting out Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade, just 2 vehicles passing through the 7 LKM, and then Bihar Chief Minister for sure following the suggestion of the electric vehicle. But beyond that, also 20 other vehicles. And so it's interesting that he has followed the suggestion, but not completely. And we'll wait for a response if that comes. And we'll also see and track it tomorrow. If tomorrow Bihar Chief Minister's convoy could have a further reduction in the number. But clearly a messaging that is coming in, as Prime Minister Modi said in the cabinet meeting as well. The message that went in the cabinet meeting to all the ministers was, PM ने कहा यथा संभव कम से कम खर्च करें, imported item का इस्तेमाल कम से कम. So a lot of imported items, usually costlier of course, try and buy it less, keep your spendings at a certain reduced momentum, try and keep your spending low. All of this to ensure that at least that if there is the participation of the public, which is kept at a minimum, that would help. Remember, Prime Minister very categorically sending this example of the 2 vehicles is to ensure, because many were asking when these messages started to be circulated and when Prime Minister himself said we'll have to be slightly cautious of the resources, is this only for the public or is this also for the VVIPs? And therefore, then you saw the next day Prime Minister Modi himself showcasing that his own security convoy has been curtailed. Of course, I reiterate, it's not that easy to cut down on Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade because there are about 12 to 15 vehicles as per security of the SPG that will have to continue. And these are, of course, extremely significant vehicles to ensure his safety. But we are told that the SPG has been asked to reduce the convoy size by 50% at least. There will be still a high security motorcade. Blue Book safety standards will have to be observed. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has said that electric vehicles, without purchasing new ones, can be added to his fleet. So that would help at least a longer cavalcade, but that would be an EV. Bihar Chief Minister took on that suggestion, got an EV for himself, but also continued with 20 other vehicles. I'm heading to a very short break. When I return, I tell you about a shocking news that we all woke up to this morning, and that was Mulayam Singh Yadav's son, Pratik Yadav, who's half-brother to Akhilesh Yadav, was declared dead, brought dead to the hospital. What exactly happened? All sorts of theories are coming in on that. We get you the details after a break.
You are watching India Today.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
You are watching India Today.
India Today accessing details of the autopsy report of Pratik Yadav. What exactly happened early this morning when he was brought to the hospital and doctors soon declared him dead. This was in Lucknow, and the 38-year-old fitness enthusiast was brought to the civil hospital where the doctors announced that he had already died. According to details in the report, the collapse was caused by a massive blood clot. The antemortem injuries, the reports clarifying that all injuries mentioned were antemortem, meaning that it happened when he was alive. And we are told, according to our information, that a massive blood clot happened, that led to the collapse of Pratik Yadav, and he was rushed to the hospital in Lucknow. That he had suddenly fallen ill. So something had happened, and perhaps, we wouldn't speculate further if there was any illness or sickness that he was dealing with earlier. But the 38-year-old fitness enthusiast, after suddenly falling ill, was rushed to the hospital. I want to bring in Samarth Srivastava for the latest on that. Samarth, so what are the details that you are picking on about what happened? A blood clot? Was there any illness that he was facing earlier?
Well, exactly. India Today TV has accessed the post-mortem report, which says the cause of death here is the cardiorespiratory collapse. I have got the report in my mobile phone, and I'll tell my viewers about the detailing of this particular PM report, which at least for now calls it out a natural death. For now, because the viscera has been preserved and anything may happen in the times to come. As per this particular report, I can read the report that the collapse was caused by a massive pulmonary thermomembolism. And the reason of death has come is that the cardiorespiratory collapse. Further, the report says about heart and lung preservation that the forensic experts have preserved the whole heart and pulmonary thromboembolic material in formalin for further histopathological examination. That means that the heart has been preserved for the further examination in this particular matter. These are the medical terms, so we must be very be very careful with these. The chemical analysis says in this particular report is the viscera samples have been handed over to the concerned police for detailed chemical analysis to investigate further underlying factors. That clearly means that the viscera has been preserved, and it may take 2 to 3 weeks for the further detailed report. And the antemortem, if you talk about the antemortem injuries, the report clarifies that all injuries mentioned were antemortem, meaning that occurred while he was alive. So these are the major points which have come to light with the postmortem report accessed exclusively by India Today TV. But the major reason which we are getting to know via this particular report, that he died due to the cardiorespiratory collapse. So that's what we also spoke to some doctors over the phone call, and they even told that there was a clotting of blood in some parts of the body. It started from leg and reached to the arteries, and that's how the suffocation thing happened.
Thank you for telling us all of these details, and remember that we are not going to speculate what happened. Samarth is also quoting from the doctors, from the report. A terrible tragedy, a sudden death that happened of Pratik Yadav, half-brother to Akhilesh Yadav, son to Mulayam Singh Yadav, so of course from a big political family. Had his own personal marital struggles also, remember, and was married to Aparna. So he was in many ways in public life as much, if not directly as much as Akhilesh Yadav. But there were a lot of struggles put forth in that. And right now, condolence messages coming in from the Yadav family, from the Samajwadi Party leaders. In fact, other leaders across political parties have also expressed condolences to the death. On that note, I'm wrapping up this bulletin, but stay tuned when I return. We bring you our news for our special hearing impaired viewers. Thank you for watching India Today. Stay tuned. Take care of yourself.
You are watching India Today.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Amid concerns, blockbuster victory for Vijay in the floor test. Finally to be able to prove that he has the support of the solid numbers there. That is what Chief Minister Vijay has successfully garnered 444 votes in his favour in the Assembly. The NEET paper leak case has sent ripples across the country, emerging evidence pointing toward a larger network spanning multiple states. Central Bureau of Investigation carrying out the probe, nabbing another accused, Dhananjay Lokhande, who gave the NEET paper to one Shubham Khairnar. He accused Shubham Khairnar is going to be produced in a court in Delhi. He's currently got transit remand. Days on, Congress is still clueless what exactly is happening when it comes to the Kerala Chief Minister announcement. Interestingly, while there have been hurdles in the national capital, Delhi, it's a three-way power tussle. KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala and VD Satheesan are the top frontrunners. Kerala Congress President Sunny Joseph says CM's name will be announced shortly in the next few hours from national capital Delhi.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
Hello and welcome. This is 5 Live. I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor. Two stories in focus for you today on the program. Number one, we keep our focus on the NEET paper leak. The accused, we told you yesterday, had already been caught. But today some pictures have emerged. Pictures of him seen with a Rajasthan minister. Is there a link? Should we read more into it? How exactly was this massive paper leak carried out? The one that has crushed the aspirations of so many in the country. That's story number one. Story number two for you, we're looking at again the measures that the Prime Minister has asked for. He's asked all of us to cut down costs, also asked us not to spend in foreign currency, also not buy gold. What is that doing to the gold price? And importantly, what will this mean for shadis this season? We'll take a look at that as well on the program today. But first up, as always, let's take a look at what else is making news across the country and the world. Fresh twists in the NEET paper leak case. Pictures now surfacing showcasing accused with the Rajasthan Education Minister Madan Dilawar. The images raising serious questions even as CBI probes into the case continues. 4 people have been arrested. 1 NEET aspirant is in custody as well, and the spotlight now firmly on possible links which are available on social media. All right, also high drama outside the NTA office in Delhi. ABVP students gathering in large numbers protesting the NEET paper leak. Visuals also show protesters climbing atop police barricades. Anger on the streets really as frustration among students boils up. The student political party leaders not leaving any stone unturned here. Amid concerns over fuel use and government spending after Prime Minister Modi cut his convoy to just 4 cars from 14, top ministers are now following suit. Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, JP Nada all reducing their convoys to just about 4 cars from previous fleet of over 10 vehicles. Sources also say that the move keeps all SPG security norms intact, already implemented during the recent visits, with no compromise on the Blue Book protocols. Also, sources say that Prime Minister is asking for greater use of EVs in convoys without fresh purchases across the country. BJP-ruled states also cutting down ministerial convoys. On the ground, visible shifts too. The Delhi Minister Kapil Mishra taking a metro. Bihar Chief Minister Samar Chaudhary switching to an EV. A blockbuster win for Vijay in the Assembly. 144 votes in his favour, comfortably passing the floor test. Just 22 votes against the EPS faction. A clear show of strength and control. Chief Minister Vijay thanked the allies and asserted his commitment to work for people, assuring that his government is for everyone, including the minorities. A quick U-turn in Vijay camp that happened. The appointment of his astrologer Ricky Radhan as the officer on special duty to the Chief Minister now revoked. This after strong pushback came from allies who targeted Chief Minister Vijay over the appointment and asked him not to give space to superstitions, instead promote science-based schemes. Social media is having the last laugh here, saying the astrologer clearly did not predict his own downfall. Also, the suspense over Kerala's next Chief Minister, that continues. 10 days on, Congress still undecided. Confusion in Delhi and growing impatience in Kerala, even as the state unit chief says an announcement could come today. The big question remains, what's causing the delay and who will finally be the Chief Minister? On to the mystery deaths there. Pratik Yadav, son of Mulayam Singh Yadav and step-brother of Akhilesh Yadav, has passed away at the age of 38. Pratik was a well-known fitness trainer in the city. His sudden demise has sent shockwaves across political and local circles. Also, a major disruption likely across the country. Over 12 lakh chemists and drug distributors to go on a nationwide shutdown on the 28th of May. This call given by the All India Organization of Chemists and Druggists. This in protest against the online pharmacies and deep discounting by large players. A move that could impact medicine access nationwide. This is on the 20th of May. Antivirus concerns rising in Europe. A Spanish passenger from the MV Hondias cruise ship has now tested positive, taking the total number of cases to 11, with 9 lab confirmed. The death toll remains at 3. Authorities are closely tracking the outbreak. So far, no case has been identified in anyone other than a passenger on the cruise ship just yet. All right, the NEET paper leak row is no longer just an investigation. It is a full-blown national outrage. In the national capital, anger is spilling onto the streets. ABVP protests are gathering outside NTA office, raising slogans, pushing past barricades, even toppling them. This is not just protest politics. Remember, we told you this. Students, aspirants across the country, they are angry. There is raw, visible, deeply personal emotion that is seen in all these students, because for over 22 lakh aspirants, NEET is not just an exam, it's a once-in-a-lifetime shot at a career which many say will not be eaten by AI. Now, the future is at stake for so many students, and the government seems to be failing them again and again. There are also students who have prepared for this, who thought they will finally make it, become the doctor, the first one in their village, or perhaps the first one in their family, and finally have those aspirations shattered. The belief is shattered, and the system stands under scrutiny. The investigation is now widening. The CBI has now stepped in. Multiple arrests have already been made. And the contours of what looks like an organized leagued racket is beginning to emerge. Now, one of the key accused here, Shubham Kairnar, now is in custody. Brought from Nashik to Mumbai, will be produced in court, and investigators are tracking the money trail to actually understand how did the chain of distributions happen. But what is coming out deeply troubling is that sources point to a structured network, a pipeline that allegedly begins with access to the paper, moves through the intermediaries, and ends with the buyers willing to pay for an unfair advantage. From Pune to Haryana, the alleged trail spans multiple states with middlemen, buyers, and facilitators, all part of a chain. And at the receiving end, candidates. Look at that web over there on how it's like a full leak network on how this entire thing will be carried out. But like I said, at the receiving end, candidates who were handed the paper in advance, turning one of India's most competitive exams into a simple monetary transaction. And this has implications because it puts people like you and my life at stake as well. Imagine doctors who would be coming out if they actually, pass a paper, pass an exam after giving bribe. What kind of doctors would they really become later? And the story does not end there. Now the big reveal. Photographs of Dinesh Biwal and Rajasthan Education Minister Madan Dilawar and the MLA Mahendra Pal Meena have also surfaced, giving a new spin to the probe. But strip away the politics and the core issue remains unchanged. What happens to the honest student? The one who studied for months, sometimes years, and the one who chose discipline over distraction, the one who believed the system would actually be fair. They are now on the streets saying, what's going on? And also they're asking, can we really trust the results anymore? What if this happens again? Will there be accountability? Will it go beyond arrest? Will there be a systemic change? And most importantly, can the system really restore credibility before another batch of students is asked to take the same leap of faith? This is not just about a league. This is about a system under question. And we are today asking all those questions. The next report will take you through how exactly the entire paper leak took place.
A multi-state scam. A paper leak like no other. NEET exam cancelled and lakhs of dreams shattered. As CBI probe deepens, more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet. After Shubham Kairnar in Nashik, CBI has nabbed another accused, Dhananjay Lokhande from Maharashtra's Ahilyanagar. Dhananjay is the man who gave the NEET papers to Shubham Kairnar, after which the papers were circulated in different states. Shubham allegedly sold the papers to a Haryana-based doctor. Shubham Kairnar will be taken to Mumbai for further probe. India Today tracked down his flat in Nashik.
Shubham Kairnar had gotten the NEET paper and he shared it with multiple people. He purchased the paper for 10 lakh rupees and then sold it for 15 to 20 lakhs to multiple people. Initially, he sold it to a person in Haryana and then to few other people in other states as well.
वो रात को बहुत लेट आता था और क्या करता था क्या नहीं वो बोलता था मैं डॉक्टर हूँ प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ ऐसा हमको बोलता था वो.
Later, brothers from Rajasthan's Ramgarh, Mangilal Biwal and Dinesh Biwal, bought the paper from a Gurugram doctor for an aspirant in their family.
आपके परिवार के पिछले साल भी नीट में पास हुए हैं?
हाँ हुए ना।
कितने लोग?
4 लोग।
4 लोग।
हाँ।
3 लड़कियां और 1 लड़का।
हाँ।
वो किसके थे?
ये मेरी बहन के और मेरे जेठ के हैं।
मंगीलाल जी के।
हाँ।
Meanwhile, possible political links of Biwal brothers has also surfaced. Photos of Dinesh Biwal with Rajasthan Education Minister Madan Dilawar and MLA Mahendrapal Meena has also surfaced, giving a new spin to the probe. Youth wing of both opposition and BJP staged protest demanding action against the culprits. Politics over the case is escalating. Opposition not leaving any opportunity to target centre over the paper leak. While BJP has promised that culprits will face justice.
हर साल पेपर लीक होंगे अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया तो। अगर नेपाल का और बांग्लादेश का जेंजी सड़कों पे उतर के अपने देश की सरकारों को बदल सकता है तो हमारे देश का जेंजी पेपर लीक करने वाले मंत्रियों को जेल नहीं भेज सकता।
जो भी इसमें दोषी है सरकार कड़ी कार्रवाई कर रही है और बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं किया जा सकता है, इसलिए लगातार गिरफ्तारियां हुई है। सरकार ने CBI जांच के लिए दिया है।
अरे धर्मेंद्र प्रधान हाय हाय
The NEET leak has once again raised serious questions over the sanctity of one of India's biggest entrance exams. Can government restore faith of students in the exam system once again? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, in more news coming in on this subject, the NEET paper leak accused Shubham Khairnar has been sent to transit remand and the CBI is to take him to Delhi now. The CBI will transport Shubham to Delhi on a flight this evening. The court had remanded him for 2 days, remember, of transit custody. The CBI is scheduled to produce the accused before the Delhi court tomorrow. That's when the proceedings will really begin and we'll get to know more from our court reporters on what's really going on. The CBI also stated that the accused has several accomplices who need to be identified as well, and for that reason the custody is required. All right, so now that you understand the story on how this happened, let's tell you about the people who stand to be impacted most by it. Because an exam does not just get cancelled. What gets cancelled are aspirations, years of sacrifice, and in many cases a family's financial future as well. Now, to become a doctor in this country, it's not just merit. It's not just about years of relentless hard work, discipline, and very often it is enormous financial investment. And that's what I want to talk about over the next few minutes, because that is why this leak hits harder than most. Let's break it down for you. What does it cost to become a doctor in India today? Let's break it down. In government colleges, the fees may look affordable, ranging from about 50,000 to 5 lakh a year, but in private colleges, that number explodes, anywhere between 25 lakh to even 1 crore per year. And that's not all. There are years of coaching, nearly 4 lakh a year, we are told. Schooling costs, another 8 lakh annually, all adding up to the burden even before the student enters the medical college. Post-graduation in government colleges may cost between about 30,000 to 1.5 lakh or so a year, but in private institutes, again, that jumps sharply, 8 lakhs to about 25 lakhs per year. So put it all together, and the numbers tell the story. A full doctor route through government colleges may cost about, government colleges, remember, about 10 lakh, but in private colleges, it will cost about 1.2 crore or so, right? Add post-graduation and the number will climb up as well. So when the paper is leaked, it's not just about a system failure, it's a direct blow to every student who played by the rules, to every family that invested everything that they had, to every mother who was selling off their jewelry to sort of ensure that there is one doctor in the family and their future thus is secured. This is what gets hampered. Can a system that demands so much out of people, not just in time, effort, money, but years of relentless work. Can that system afford to fail like this? Not once, not twice, but several times? Who answers all these questions? That's what we have been raising here on the program, and which is why every NEET exam leak, or any leak for that matter, really shakes up the very foundation of the country. Having understood that, let me take this conversation with my colleagues now. Rohit Singh is now live with us from Patna. Aseem Basi also joins us from Chandigarh. Aseem, I'll come to you first. The teachers you were speaking with yesterday really broke my heart. When I heard them, the teachers went on to say that kids have been calling them constantly, saying they are crying, they're howling, they don't know what to do. Now, 24 hours on, what's the sentiment like now? Because on the ground, I'm seeing a lot of political protests. I know a lot of students feel sorrow and feel lonely. I'm worried about a mental health impact here.
Well, definitely. It was a big setback for the students as well as the teachers when the news broke that the NEET has been firstly leaked and then the examination has been cancelled. As you talked, a lot of financial implications also come into it, and people even borrow money to make a student doctor, and how it has impacted the mental makeup of any student. We'll talk to the teachers first. Can I have a name, please?
I'm Ambika. I'm zoology lecturer in Helix Institute.
Well, it's been 24 hours now that since the news broke that the NEET examination has been cancelled. A lot of financial implications also go to build a doctor, to prepare a doctor, and a lot of hard work also goes. Now, what is the mental makeup of the students? Because yesterday you said when they called you, they were crying, they were in pain. What is the situation now, and how, as a teacher, you're coping up?
Yeah, see, when we try to break it down, let's see, it's a 2 years journey. Normally, it's a 2-year journey, 11th and 12th. For the whole 2 years, he's under tremendous stress. The stress is so high, he's not able to go out anywhere. He studies most of the time, no phone, nothing. With that stress, he goes for the NEET exam. He does the exam, he comes out. He feels he's done very well. He comes back, he tries to relax a little bit, and then he hears that the paper was leaked. So what will be his status? Now you can imagine that what would be going inside him. He has to again prepare for the books which he had kept, that I'm not going to touch them and I've done so well. So NTA has to get into the shoes of those students and understand what will be their mental makeup. But till they don't get into the shoes of every student, they won't understand this. It is very heartbreaking.
Ma'am, how shattered were the students when they spoke to you? You were the teacher, you taught them for hours in the classroom. How shattered they were, and now what is the situation and how you're helping them to come out of that shell?
Yeah, they are totally shattered. So now as a teacher, our responsibility is to gear them up, to tell them that you have to stand up. You have to work hard, even harder, because the exam is going to be tougher. People are saying this. So our students and we are happy that they have restarted. They have restarted studying and they are ready. But this time we are expecting that NTA should make the paper absolutely transparent.
You're a student who's preparing for NEET. Your seniors gave an examination which got leaked, then got cancelled. You must understand the mental agony what the students must be going through. So as a student, what kind of a mental stress you people go through when you prepare for such exams and then they get leaked?
We feel very much stressed. It's hardly 1 month we have entered into this journey, and we are already much stressed that this much tough physics, chemistry, biology, and when we are listening that NTA has leaked the paper and then cancelled it, but we are just...
Somebody has leaked the paper.
Yes, NTA has cancelled it, and we are in so much under tremendous pressure that we are preparing it. We are having 2 years to prepare, but then we came to know that paper is leaked. We are seeing...
So you're the administrator over here. Yes. There's a financial implication. Maybe going to the government hospitals is a little less costlier. Going to the private is a little tough. That is one burden. Other burden is to cover the syllabus again, to rewrite the things again, and to be in that zone again. What is the mental pressure teachers and the students are going through?
See, no doubt financially lots of parents are facing this kind of burden because preparing a student for NEET is not easy task. It's very costly. So they have to bear a lot of financial losses for this thing also. Like hostels of the students and again preparing them, mentally preparing them for reappearing for the exam. They are into a lot of pressure now. And second thing is that no doubt mental pressure is a lot because they have to reappear in the exam again, they have to prepare for the exam again. The stress levels is very, very high. See, for this small interview, we are facing some kind of stress, but students are going to appear in NEET exam, so they are into a tremendous pressure right now because they are very uncertain about the pattern of the exam also. Because every year what is happening, some years it is very easy, some years it is too difficult. So that difficulty level is also putting a lot of pressure on them also.
We have students also. You are also preparing for NEET and your seniors have gone through something where the examination they gave has been cancelled. Does that scare you?
Yes, absolutely. I was watching my seniors prepare day and night, sacrificing everything that they could for just this one exam. After the exam, I talked to them and they were happy that their exams went well. And in fact, as an observer, I was happy for them and was getting inspired by them. But now, yesterday, when I learned that the exam has been cancelled, it makes me feel insecure about what will happen in the next year when I will be the one giving the exam. There should be strict actions against those who have leaked the exams.
So strict action, the students talked, there's a mental agony they went through. Ma'am, how difficult has been the last 24 hours as a teacher and as a students who come to you?
They are a bit settled now. They are tad settled because few hours have passed. But NTA should declare the date as soon as possible so that they can reframe the things. Now they are anxious that how much time they will get to prepare the things, to revise the thing. So please declare the date as soon as possible.
So we heard all those teachers there with Aseem in Chandigarh. Let's also cut across to Patna very quickly and get a word from Rohit Singh there. Rohit, give us a view. There the teachers saying that students now 24 hours on have had a little time to sort of process the entire news. What are the expectations that they have now from NTA?
Well, yes, Sonal, as you rightly pointed out, the cost involved in this entire medical business of getting into a good institute, about 1 crore if it is a private institute. And believe me, in a state like Bihar, people usually sell their jewelry, their land, their farms to arrange money for the coaching of their ward for the NEET examinations. And I have with me a few girls here who are all NEET aspirants. And let's get in a reaction from them only. क्या नाम हुआ आपका, ये बताइए?
सौम्या श्रेष्ठ.
सौम्या, ये बताइए, एग्जाम होता है, पेपर लीक, कैंसिल, क्या दिमाग में चलता है? व्हाट गोज इन द माइंड? आप लोग के दिमाग में क्या चलता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो पेपर देके तो अच्छा लगा था कि हाँ एग्ज़ाम फाइनली ख़त्म हुआ, पेपर अच्छा गया था. लेकिन उसके बाद फिर पेपर लीक का सुना, रीनीट का सुना तो बहुत बुरा लगा. सबसे पहली बात तो जो मेंटल प्रेशर होता है, जो एंजाइटी होता है, वो वापस झेलना, वापस से नीट देना, क्योंकि एक बार नीट देने के बाद सेवरल डेज तक वो मतलब ये क्या कहते हैं, स्ट्रेस वगैरह जो है, जो एंजाइटी वो थोड़ा रहता है. लेकिन फिर से रीनीट देना वो थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेसफुल.
कितने सालों की मेहनत आपकी इसमें थी?
2 साल.
2 साल. 2 साल की मेहनत बर्बाद?
हाँ, ये तो कह सकते हैं.
आपका क्या नाम है?
सारांशी.
आप बताइए, अभी बिहार की रहने वाली हैं, कितना एक मेंटल प्रेशर आप लोग से गुजर रही हैं? एग्जाम कैंसिल, लीक हो गया पेपर.
मेंटल प्रेशर तो काफ़ी है. कल से जब से हमने सुना है रीनीट के बारे में, तब से ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं था. जब प्रिपरेशन भी कर रहे थे, प्रिपरेशन फेज़ में थे हम लोग, तो भी 2025 में लीक हुआ, 2025 में फिर टफ किया पेपर. उस चीज़ से अकॉर्डिंग से लेकर तब से देख रहे थे, बट इस बार लगा था ऐसा नहीं होगा. पर फिर जब एग्ज़ाम दिया हमने तो क्वेश्चन इजी आया, लगा कि हाँ सिलेक्शन हो सकता है. खुशी भी थे, कंफर्ट जोन में आ गए थे बिल्कुल. बट जब ये ऐसा न्यूज़ आया, उसको सुनकर तो सारा एकदम लगा कि सब बिखर सा गया है.
सब बिखर गया
लगा था.
रंजय, वन ऑफ द लीडिंग टीचर्स ऑफ दिस इंस्टीट्यूट इज ऑल्सो विद मी. रंजय, ये बताइए, ये जो बच्चियां हैं, मेंटल इश्यूज देखिए, इनका हेल्थ देखिए, 2-2 साल मेहनत करती हैं, क्या गुजर रहा है? स्ट्रेस में देखिए कितना कि बोल नहीं पा रही हैं ठीक से.
इन स्टूडेंट्स को देखा जाए सर तो रात दिन एक करके ये बच्चे पढ़ाई करते हैं और फाइनली ये पता चलता है कि कोई वैसे लोग जो बिना पढ़े हुए पेपर लीक करके और डॉक्टर बनने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो ये एक सिस्टम पर बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है कि आखिर वैसा सिस्टम जिसको एक टेस्ट लेने के लिए बनाया गया है, आखिर वो एक टेस्ट भी कंडक्ट सही से क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये एक एनटीए पर बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है। दूसरा, एनटीए को फॉर्म जो जिन्होंने किया है उन पर भी क्वेश्चन मार्क है कि आखिर ये एक बार की गलती नहीं है, ऐसी रिपीटेशन बार बार हो रही है। तो वो
दोबारा नीट देना क्या बच्चों के लिए आसान होगा?
बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट होगा। एक वैसा स्टूडेंट, जस्ट इमेजिन करें कि एक स्टूडेंट दिन रात मेहनत करके एग्जाम देता है और उसका परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा सपोज करते हैं कि आता है। हमारे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट 700 प्लस स्कोर किए हैं और वैसे स्टूडेंट का स्ट्रेस इस लेवल का है कि अगर वो उस स्ट्रेस लेवल में फिर से तैयारी करता है तो क्या कोई ज़रूरी है कि फिर से वो स्कोर उतना करे? और अगर वो स्कोर उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पाता है तो अगले बार हो सकता है कि वो कंपटीशन से बाहर हो जाए। इसका मतलब कि उसका करियर फ्यूचर तो बर्बाद हो गया। और अगर ये उसका करियर फ्यूचर बर्बाद हो गया तो इस बर्बादी का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? क्या एनटीए इसका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेगा या गवर्नमेंट इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेगी? तो ये एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है।
Well, that's the reaction on the ground from Patna, Sonal, because you also deal in health issues, so you can very well understand the mental situation through which these NEET aspirants, these girls are going through here in Bihar. It's very much evident. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks Rohit for that. And just want to say a word. I know the teachers are saying that it's very difficult, they're very depressed, but they've got to pump themselves up. I think that's the only message we can take. We've got to ask authorities a question. All of us will continue to do that, but they need to sort of ensure that their mental health is in the right space, and teachers have a huge role to play even in this very interim time. We'll leave that story there for the moment. Thanks so much for joining us. But let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking. Prime Minister Modi's safe, wise mantra is now moving beyond messaging to a visible action on the ground. Leading from the front, the Prime Minister has now cut down his own convoy size. The SPG convoy now significantly reduced. You'll see that picture on your screen over there. Even as officials maintain there is no compromise on security protocols, there is also a push to add more electric vehicles into the convoy. Now, what has changed? An entire fleet of 14 to 17 vehicles that the Prime Minister's convoy used to have has become visibly leaner. So you see that on the left, there are about 14, 15 cars there. That's what used to happen. And now you see only 2 cars in that convoy. A strong signal that austerity is being enforced at the very top. And this is not just about government optics. The real focus is on households as well, how small behavioral changes can add up to that. Now, if families cut petrol consumption, even modestly, the annual savings could be between $350 to $400. Also, avoid buying about 10 grams of imported gold a year, and that alone could save about $1,000. Skip one imported gadget purchase, and you're looking at another $500 to $1,000 saved. Put that all together, and the total savings per family are higher than about $2,000 to $2,500 annually. Now, scale that up. If just 1 crore Indian families follow that approach, the country could save between $20 to $25 billion, a significant boost to foreign exchange reserves at a time when the global pressures are mounting. The message at the moment is very simple, that collective restraint is required because the times ahead are going to be tough.
Prime Minister Modi showcasing the drastic move he wants India to follow. Fuel fears, rising imports, global uncertainty, and now India's power corridors are shifting gears. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a full-scale push, and he's beginning with his own convoy. Images show Modi travelling in a convoy of just 2 cars on his way to a cabinet meeting.
मेरी देश के हर नागरिक से अपील है, जहां संभव हो पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करें, मेट्रो का उपयोग करें, इलेक्ट्रिक बस, और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अधिक इस्तेमाल करें। सरकारी और प्राइवेट दोनों ही दफ्तरों में वर्चुअल मीटिंग्स और वर्क फ्रॉम होम को प्राथमिकता दी जाए। मैं कुछ स्कूलों से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि कुछ समय के लिए ऑनलाइन क्लासेस की व्यवस्था पर काम करें।
In a dramatic move packed with symbolism, Prime Minister Modi has cut his official convoy. Sources say the Prime Minister personally directed the SPG to slash the number of vehicles without compromising even a single mandatory Blue Book security protocol. As per sources, Prime Minister Modi has also pushed for greater use of EVs in the Prime Minister convoy, but with one strict condition: no new vehicles to be bought. The message from the top is now triggering a chain reaction across the country. BJP-ruled states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal and Rajasthan are now downsizing convoys and pushing fuel-saving measures.
আমি ওয়েলকাম করেছি এবং আমি উনার টুইট দেখার পরে মানে খবরটা দেখার পরে আমিও আমার সিকিউরিটি দায়িত্বে থাকা লোকজনকে বলেছি অপ্রয়োজনীয় গাড়ি রাখার প্রয়োজন নেই। আমাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রী আমাদের পথপ্রদর্শক।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has ordered a 50% cut in official fleets and even urged leaders to use public transport. Ministers, including Home Minister Amit Shah, arrived for a crucial cabinet meeting in trimmed convoys. Delhi Minister Kapil Mishra took the metro to work.
प्रधानमंत्री जी के आह्वान पर कल शाम को ही मुख्यमंत्री महोदया ने सभी मंत्रियों के साथ एक ऑनलाइन कॉल की थी, ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी और उसमें ये निर्णय लिया गया, ये निर्देश दिया गया कि सभी मंत्रीगण और अधिकारीगण कम से कम सरकारी गाड़ियों का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, न्यूनतम इस्तेमाल करेंगे और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सार्वजनिक परिवहन का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। उसको लागू करते हुए आज सुबह आपने देखा होगा मैंने भी मेट्रो से सफ़र किया है, आशीष सूद जी भी मेट्रो से सफ़र कर रहे हैं और बहुत आवश्यकता पड़ी तो केवल एक गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल करें।
While Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary switched to an EV for official travel. But Congress isn't convinced.
जिस दिन उन्होंने घोषणा किया उसी दिन उसका पालन नहीं किया, उसी दिन रोड शो किया था। तो क्या इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल थे? सैकड़ों हजारों कारें थी। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो दोहरा चरित्र है अब लोगों को समझ में आ गया है।
Not just in India, even Singapore government has cautioned its citizens to prepare for a more difficult period ahead.
Globally, inflation will rise, spreading from energy to food and then other essentials. And Singapore will feel the impact directly. And all this will put real pressure on businesses, workers and households. So we must brace ourselves and be prepared for a more difficult period ahead. And I want to be upfront with all of you so that we are mentally prepared.
As fuel prices, global tensions and economic pressures continue to mount, governments across the world are sending the same message. Cut excess, conserve resources and prepare for uncertain times ahead. And in India, the push is no longer just an appeal from the top, it's becoming policy in motion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, all of this spend, wise mantra, what is the kind of impact that we're seeing of that on the ground? We found one rather disturbing one, but I thought let me break it down for you. The impact of all of this is that your weddings just got more expensive. Let me tell you how and why exactly that matters. Now, India's peak wedding season, in the summer wedding time at least, runs from May through July. This year, it has collided sort of head-on with the government's austerity drive. On the 10th of May, Prime Minister Modi asked Indians to avoid buying gold for a year, citing pressure on the country's foreign exchange reserves from the prolonged West Asia war and conflict. You know that by now. But 3 days later, on the 13th of May, the government acted on something else. It raised the import duty on gold and silver, 6% to 15% in a single move. For families with weddings already booked and gold purchases planned, the timing could not be more disruptive. Here's a plain money breakdown of what has changed. Let's look at that. Now, the centre has raised the import duty of gold, silver and platinum to 15%. Effective May 13th, The move combines 10% of basic custom duty, 5% of agricultural infrastructure and development cess as well. This is layered on top of the existing 3% integrated GST on gold and silver imports. So before this hike, the total duty burden, everything included, was lower, much lower at 6%. As of May 13th, 24-carat gold is priced at approximately 15,398 per gram. 22-carat gold stands at a grade, most jewelry stands at about 14,115 per gram. For context, a year ago, 22-carat gold was trading roughly at about 9,000 only. It's at what? It's at over 15,000, 15,400 or something it's at the moment. The combination of global price rise and the weakening rupee, now the duty hike has effectively pushed jewelry prices to record highs. And the impact is most visible in wedding spending. Now, a typical middle-class wedding involves buying between 50 to 150 grams of gold, roughly. That's the calculation that we went by over here. And after that duty hike, the jump in cost is significant. For about 10 grams of 22-carat gold, the price has climbed up 1.41 lakh, up from about 130. An increase of over 11,000 rupees, just like that. And remember, these are only base prices. I've not even kept in mind the making charges, GST and jewelry margins that will actually, find its way in the final bill that you and I pay. Now, so the question everybody is asking is, why did the government do this now? If you haven't understood the math, here's it for you. India's gold import bill rose to nearly 72 billion in 25-26, almost double the 35 billion recorded in 22-23. Gold alone accounted for nearly about 9% of India's total imports last financial year. Now, every rupee spent on imported gold drains foreign exchange reserves and weakens the rupee, which in turn makes oil, fertilizer, other essential items much costlier for everyone. The duty hike is an attempt to make gold expensive enough that Indians voluntarily buy less. They're discouraging you from buying more gold. That's the strategy. Now, will prices fall if the demand falls? Economics question. Let's go back to the classroom to understand that. Not significantly in the short term. Gold prices in India are driven by international bullion rates, rupee-dollar movement, import duty, seasonal demand, all of that. With the wedding and festive season underway, retail demand is holding firm and preventing sharp corrections. The smuggling wildcard, that's another thing to consider in the mix of it all. Higher import duties have a historic downside. They make smuggled gold more attractive. When India faced a similar sort of current account crisis in 2013, in fact, if you'll remember, the government raised gold import sharply. Imports through official channels fell, but informal channels sort of filled parts of that gap. Industry bodies have already warned that the new 15% duty risks pushing buyers towards grey market gold. Now, for the buyer, the route carries its own serious legal risks as well. What is the practical advice right now that the experts are giving? If your family has a wedding ahead in the next few months, gold is already budgeted for. Prices are unlikely to fall soon. Further policies expected only to tighten further, including additional duty increase of restrictions on gold, sort of leasing using large jewelers. That cannot be ruled out if forex pressure continues. Buying sooner rather than later actually locks in today's price before any such move happens. So that's a little tip for you that the experts are giving. But at the moment, we are not looking at an easing on price or pressure in the near future at least. But with all this gold in news, one is really wondering the question that how much of gold can you legally keep at home? Do you know? There is a rule in the Indian rule book. What the CBDT rule actually says about it. But let me tell you first why this matters, why I'm asking this question. Now, as the West Asia conflict drives up oil prices and strains India's foreign exchange reserves, Prime Minister made a very unusual public appeal, not once but twice. Now he's leading by example as well. The government 2 days later, like I said, import on gold has also, gone up to 15%. For millions of Indians, people are wondering what to do next. Now, for also a lot of us, gold already is a house safe from scrutiny, right? It's your backup plan. This is your actual insurance, your leverage, really. But here is what the law actually says on how much gold we as Indian citizens are allowed to keep. Now, the short answer to all of this is that there is no upper limit on the amount of gold you can own in India as long as you can explain where it came from. The government does not ban gold ownership. What it cares about is whether your gold matches your declared income. Now, the safe harbor limits, the most cited figures come from CPDT instructions. This is about number 1916, and this was issued back in '94 when the instructions guided income tax officers conducting search and seizure operations, telling them not to seize gold below specific thresholds, even when the source proof is unavailable. It is not a limit on how much you can own. It is a safe harbor that says below this much, no questions will be asked, even during if an IT raid is going on. But there are thresholds. What are those thresholds under which you will not be asked a question? Very fascinating details. If you're a married woman, it's 500 grams. If you're an unmarried woman, it is 250 grams. A man, married or unmarried, is 100 grams. Now, these apply to individuals, not households, remember. So, it will be counted per individual. So, a married couple with 2 adult children, one married, one unmarried, can collectively hold about 1350 grams without producing a single bill. At today's gold prices, that is. And that is roughly about 2 crores worth of jewelry sitting legally and safely at home, and no questions will be asked. That's the calculation. But what about gold above those limits? Now, owning more is not automatically unlawful, but during scrutiny, you need to prove the source through purchase invoices, inheritance papers, or even gift deeds. Shadi ka, all those gold gifts that you get. Tax officers say, seize access jewelry if explanations are not satisfactory or do not match your income profile and family traditions. Unexplained gold sort of attracts a tax and even a penalty near 78% under the Section 69A of the Income Tax Act. That is a steep price for not keeping paperwork in order. So use this opportunity while all these measures are going on to update that paperwork. Talk about it with your family. Ask the women in the family where all the gold is and how much is it really. Also on the question of coins and bars, if you've been married recently, you will be very worried about this. You don't know where to keep them. The CPDT circular specifically mentions that jewelry and ornaments, so gold coins and bars, do not get the benefit of the safe harbor limit and may be seized if a valid purchase bill is not produced, regardless of the weight, investment grade, or any form that should, be backed. Whatever gold that you have in form of coins and bars, you need to have an invoice for it, or at least a brokerage statement. But what kind of invoice do you need? Uska bhi jawab de diya hai humne aapko. That also is here on the program. What counts as a valid proof? Now, the documents tax authorities accept include purchase invoices with PAN and GST, gift deeds for weddings, or even wedding or festive gifts. Inheritance documents such as wills or succession certifications and even past income returns where the asset was disclosed. Also, a Sridhan declaration also works for a married woman's personal jewelry, recognizing the customary principle that jewelry received at marriage and during lifetime is, it's absolute property in a way. So that's everything you need to know. But what about tax when you sell? Now, there is no tax on simply holding gold. The tax applies when you sell, right? So if sold within 2 years, profits are taxed as short-term capital gains under your income tax slab. If held for over 2 years, gains are taxed at a flat 12.5 as long-term capital gains with no indexation benefit. So the bottom line here is the gold locked in your safe, in your Almira right now, is almost certainly fine as long as you know where the bills are. So while all of us are worrying about gold pricing and where it's going, please use this opportunity to get an updated paperwork done on everything gold that you own. All right, cutting across to some updates coming in. This is ahead of the landmark meeting with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Donald Trump has landed in Beijing. President Donald Trump has landed in Beijing for a high-stake two-day visit with the Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. You're looking at those pictures live right now. Quite a fanfare with which a welcome has been given to US President Donald Trump. All right, so those visuals over there, extremely coordinated and very, very flamboyant welcome, warm, festive welcome given to Donald Trump as he lands in Beijing for that very, very important meeting. So much is going on in the world right now. There is a West Asia war, there is an oil crisis that we are looking at. India is facing so much of it as well. And when two powerhouses meet, what happens will be watched very, very closely. It looks like Donald Trump is still to come down those stairs. So we'll stay on those visuals and see what actually happens over there. At the moment, you have that car which is waiting to receive US President Donald Trump as he lands in China. We leave you with these visuals. Stay tuned to India Today. Lots more coming up.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us.
AIADMK is on the verge of a split. A group of 30 MLAs led by SP Velumani, CV Shanmugam and MR Vidyabhaskar announced support to the Vijay-led government in Tamil Nadu. Shanmugam claimed some members in the party had suggested an alliance with their arch-rival DMK, which is not acceptable to them. The rebel MLAs named Velumani as the leader of the party in the assembly.
Our legislative parties and party men are against to that proposal. We opposed in the meeting. We take a decision. It is against our party interests.
The group of 30 MLAs are calling themselves the real AIADMK.
We are ADMK. This ADMK.
Sir, BJP, are we with BJP, sir?
We are no alliance with any party now today, as of now.
AIADMK General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy came down heavily on the rebels. The party, in a post on X, called the rebel group an alliance of losers and accused them of betraying the party that fed them. The AIADMK official handle alleged the rebels were seeking ministerial berths from Vijay and asserted that the party cadre stands firmly with Palaniswamy. Amid the face-off, Palaniswamy visited the Jayalalitha Memorial in Chennai and paid tribute to Amma, a symbolic gesture that carried significant weight given the present scenario. Meanwhile, AIADMK's ally BJP slammed the rebels.
It is very unfortunate because the party that was promoted by MGR as an alternative to DMK, Dravidian party that remain in power for the longer period of time, more than the DMK, is facing such difficulties.
The potential split in AIADMK comes as a boost for Vijay ahead of the floor test. With 30 AIADMK MLAs backing the TVK, the Vijay-led government will be comfortably placed to cross the majority mark. Bureau Report, India Today.
हम सब जानते हैं कि ये इराक और अमेरिका के बीच जो युद्ध है उसकी वजह से हो रहा है, लेकिन इराक और अमेरिका की वजह से युद्ध जो है उसकी वजह से तो पूरी दुनिया प्रभावित है। सारी दुनिया के सभी देश प्रभावित हैं उस युद्ध की वजह से। लेकिन किसी भी देश की सरकार ने इस किस्म के ये 7 कदम उठाने के लिए किसी भी देश की सरकार ने अपने नागरिकों को अपील नहीं की है। एक भी देश नहीं है। किसी ने कुछ एक स्टेप, किसी ने 2 स्टेप, किसी ने, लेकिन ये 7 इतने कठोर कदम उठाने के लिए एक भी देश की सरकार ने अपने नागरिकों को अपील नहीं की है। इससे मन में शंका पैदा होती है कि कहीं स्थिति केवल इराक अमेरिका के युद्ध की बजाय और भी कहीं स्थिति कुछ और ज्यादा खराब तो नहीं है। हमारा देश किन परिस्थितियों से गुजर रहा है। तो दूसरी मेरी मोदी जी से प्रार्थना है कि देश के लोगों को बताए कि जो कदम किसी भी देश ने नहीं उठाए, सभी देश प्रभावित हैं, ऐसे कठोर कदम केवल भारत देश को उठाने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी, इतनी ज्यादा क्या खराब स्थिति हो गई।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
carpet is almost rolled out, the flash bulbs are ready, and the French Riviera is gearing up for its annual fashion meets cinema spectacle. As the countdown to the Cannes Film Festival begins, India is expected to make a strong showing this year, with actors, filmmakers and producers from across industries likely to mark their presence at the global stage. Among the most anticipated names is Alia Bhatt, who is reportedly set to return to Cannes after making a striking appearance at the festival last year, further cementing her growing international footprint. Joining her is Cannes regular Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, whose red carpet appearances have long been one of India's biggest highlights at the festival. With her legacy at Cannes firmly established, another standout moment is expected. Meanwhile, Tara Sutaria is set to make her Cannes red carpet debut this year, ahead of the release of her film Toxic later this year. Adding to the Bollywood contingent, filmmaker Karan Johar and actors Moni Roy and Pooja Batra are also expected to attend the festival. Together, the names point to a mix of regular attendees and first-time visitors from Bollywood at this year's event. But India's Cannes story this year may go beyond Bollywood. Names from Punjabi, Marathi, Gujarati and Malayalam cinema are also expected to travel to Cannes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're joining us here on Super 6 on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal on the show over the next 1 hour. As always, we'll get to the big headlines emerging from the south. And our focus this evening is on what played out in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. We were live on a marathon coverage this morning due to the Tamil Nadu floaters. But if you missed our coverage, we've got you covered with those highlights. Comfortable numbers for Vijay. It wasn't 120, it was all the way up to 144. So who broke ranks that led to Vijay getting that big numbers boost? And what about the litmus test for EPS? I'm going to be breaking all of that down for you. Also on the show, we'll talk about the big Kerala CM suspense, because as we speak, Rahul Gandhi and Kharge are meeting. Maybe we'll finally have an answer 10 days on who will be the Chief Minister. Let's begin with the headlines. Blockbuster win for Vijay on the floor of the House with 144 votes. DMK stages walkout. 22 EPS faction AIADMK MLAs vote against Vijay. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister says this is a government for all, including minorities. Vijay's astrologer runs out of luck after fire from allies and severe backlash. Chief Minister Vijay forced to revoke his astrologer's appointment as officer on special duty. Keralam Chief Minister suspense rages on. 10 days on, Congress is still clueless. Keralam Congress Chief says announcement to be made today. Rahul and Kharge hold key meet in Delhi. After Bachat call, Prime Minister Modi leads by example, travels in just a two-car convoy. Prime Minister tells his ministers to minimize spending. BJP CMs follow suit and cut down on their convoy. Pictures of NEET leak accused with Rajasthan Education Minister. NEET leak accused pic with Mantri Madan Dilawar. Multiple arrests made in paper leak gate. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav's half-brother Pratik Yadav passes away at the age of 38. Autopsy report says death due to cardiorespiratory collapse. Chief Minister Yogi pays his last respects. Let's begin with some international breaking news. As we speak, Donald Trump is currently in Beijing in what is being deemed as truly a historic visit. He got a grand welcome as he touched down in Beijing just moments ago. Those images on your screens as well. Trump will be there for 2 days, and of course the entire spotlight will be on his meeting with Xi Jinping and what really emerges from that meeting. This is Trump's first visit to China since 2017. There's of course been a lot of back and forth between China and America in the last 1 year. But now, with this particular meeting set to take place and the US president in China, it assumes significance because of the tariff fight. It assumes significance because of the West Asia tensions and also the fact that China is close to Iran. So this could help in pushing those negotiations as well. But there is tariffs, AI that will be spoken of, a trade board that reportedly will also be discussed between US and China. First images are on your screens there of the moment when Trump touched down in Beijing to, as you can see, a grand welcome where hundreds of people with the flags of America, of China, greeted President Trump. Pranay Upadhyay of India Today Global is joining us with more details on this. Pranay, if this meet is successful, there will be takeaways from this huddle for the entire world, especially looking at what's happening in West Asia, the tariff showdown and so much more.
Absolutely, Akshita. This is going to be a very significant and very important meeting of these two leaders, President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump. And what a timing for this meeting, because President Donald Trump must have expected, or he wanted, to get out of the Iran war, Iran conflict, and with the success of a diplomatic deal or a diplomatic win. But it did not happen, and in fact, he's still, in the so-called quagmire of Strait of Hormuz. But he chose to visit China because his visit to China was deferred. It was earlier scheduled in March. It got deferred because of the West Asia conflict, and now he is in Beijing for next 2 days. This meeting is going to be important for the global economy, for the global technological advancement, and that's why President Donald Trump has taken over a dozen CEOs along with him, which includes Elon Musk and NVIDIA chief Jensen Huang and many other the tech giants CEOs, including the Indian origin Sanjay Malhotra of Micron Technology is also there. So it has a wide ramification and wide outcomes expected from this meeting. But it is also expected to have some kind of a headway as far as the West Asia situation is concerned, because China holds an important influence over Iran, and Iran will be an important issue on the bilateral negotiation and bilateral talks between President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump.
Okay, all right. We'll track very closely the big takeaways of that meeting. Donald Trump landing in Beijing in China along with the First Lady. We will continue tracking that very closely. Thanks, Pranay, for those details. After 10 days of no consensus, will the Congress High Command finally take a call on who will be the Chief Minister of Kerala? Well, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are holding a meeting in the national capital at Kharge's residence. We understand that KPCC leaders are also coming together at the UDF at the Congress office in Thiruvananthapuram. So it looks like the decks are cleared finally for that decision to be made. But who is ahead? Who could be likely the Chief Minister of Kerala? I'll bring in our reporters on this broadcast. We've got at this point with us Shibi Mol, who's joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram, and also here in Delhi as every update is coming in. We have Rahul Gautam, who's joining us right now. Rahul, I'm going to begin with you because as we speak, that meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Kharge is underway. And this is it, Rahul. We understand it is in this meeting that the final decision will be taken.
Well, in all likelihood, we would know the name of next Kerala Chief Minister. After this meeting, we've been informed that Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, they are holding deliberations at this point of time as to who they're going to make or appoint as the next Chief Minister. See, we have to understand that what's making it so delayed as far as this announcement is concerned. We all know that there is an observer's report that already been submitted to Congress President and Rahul Gandhi, and as per sources, majority of MLAs they are in favor of Mr. K.C. Venugopal. But there is a sense on the ground in favor of V.D. Satishan, which many believe has toiled on ground zero, has worked tirelessly for the party, and therefore he should be rightfully rewarded for his work. So clearly, as far as these two things are concerned, and that's where the party would have to strike a balance between these two things. How they would be honoring the opinion of Congress MLAs, but at the same time also taking due consideration of aspirations of Congress workers, Congress supporters, who many of them would want somebody like V.D. Satishan or possibly Ramesh Chennitala. So clearly, that's what it's making it so delayed. We've been informed that after this meeting, I can tell our viewers that the wider consultations are over. The opinion of all the MLAs have already been taken in. The opinion of all the ex-PCCs, working presidents, disciplinary committee chairperson, and also some of the veteran Congress
this comes down to one issue. MLA support versus public sentiment. MLA support with K.C. Venugopal, public sentiment with V.D. Satishan, which is what makes this a difficult decision yet, yes, for the Congress, and yet there'll be questions on why it's taken so long. You've let this drag on, which means the factionalism will only build, the emotion will only build. Shibi Mol is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram, where we understand that all of the KPCC leaders, the camps are coming together. Shibi, what are your sources telling you? I know this is a hard one, but is there any one leader who's ahead in this race right now, as per your sources?
Akshita, I've made a call to all the three camps, and all of them are so confident. They in fact took out some examples and certain points also to make us convinced that their leader is being chosen. All the three residences, like K.C. Venugopal is in Delhi, but otherwise both Ramesh Chennitala and V.D. Satishan's house is filled with people, supporters coming in huge numbers. That's the scene at KPCC headquarters, Indira Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram also. All of them coming in. You can hear different narratives here. That's the issue actually. All of them have their own leader. All of them have their choices. So all of them taking their leader's name with clear-cut justification. But this is absolutely turning into a last-minute thriller. It's like a super over game right now. I'm sure all the Keralites are in front of the TV waiting for that announcement. When all the three leaders met High Command and came out and addressed a press meet also, we saw all of them, all the people, coming and sitting in front of the TV and waiting for that announcement. Today also that's the scene. The emotions are really high because it's been a long wait. At this point, when you speak to some Congress workers, they also say that now we don't care who the leader is, but just give us one name, because it's been 10 days and we've not been able to celebrate that victory. People are questioning us, asking us, who is your chief minister? Where is the party's chief minister? You have been in opposition for 10 years, so why wasn't that decision already made? This looks really bad on party, because this is a state that has given a clear mandate, 102 seats. It's not easy to get 102 seats in a contest like in Kerala.
You made a very good point yesterday, Shibi, that in neighbouring Tamil Nadu, where it wasn't a clear mandate, they managed to form the government. Today, even the vote of confidence is done. And yet, in a state where there's a decisive mandate, the High Command has been undecisive. And so as a result of that, there's no decision yet on who will be the chief minister. But right now, based on what Shibi is telling us, all three camps by V.D. Satishan, K.C. Venugopal, as well as Ramesh Chennitala, all three camps extremely confident, which means that the High Command hasn't given any one of them an indication or an inkling as to which side they're going. Supporters of all three camps are gathering, and what this does, Shibi, is it actually has the opposite effect. It builds up pressure. If, let's say, one leader, whichever leader is chosen ultimately, the other two, it's going to lead to further factionalism, a further divide, a further breakdown really in the party affairs of KPCC.
Oh, well, absolutely, Akshita. In fact, that's something I've been telling everybody, asking me who will be the chief minister. One thing I'm sure, whoever is chosen, it's going to be a very, very tough time for that person, because the other two leaders and their factions are going to make it very difficult for them. We have 5 years before us for the Congress. It will be very difficult for them to run this government, and also the party affairs when there's such strong factionalism with existing within the group. Because before the elections, all of them came out and said that we're working as Team UDF. That Team UDFs lasted only till 6 p.m. on April 9th. Once the polling was done, everybody was on street raising their demands. We saw in the last 1 month, last 1 month or so, even once the polling was done, we saw all of them taking up these cases very seriously, building a narrative for each of them. So that's the kind of interest they have in this, and they also realize it's after 10 years that they're getting power. Scenes might be different after 5 years. So this is one golden opportunity to grab that power and become the chief minister. So three of them not ready to move an inch back is what we know. Ramesh Chintala was a little more silent and was a little more, he specifically mentioned only about his seniority and his experience. And what he believes is that VD Satish and KC Venugopal has now built a very big rivalry. So in between that, maybe Ramesh Chintala could be placed to convince both the sides and to calm down both the sides. That's his expectation, is what we are understanding. But otherwise, we saw a very open fight taking out between KC Venugopal and VD Satish.
You know, the problem when you delay a decision by 10 days is that each of these factions then believe in flexing their power, flexing their might, which we've seen in the last 10 days. That makes it all the more harder to digest the decision. And so whoever is named the leader, their first immediate challenge is to address the factionalism and bring everyone together, which won't be easy, because each side, like I said, have dug in their heels right now. A situation that should have been avoided. Ideally, the Congress High Command should have nipped this in the bud, said this is the leader we are going with, and then not let this drag on for 10 days. But we're in this situation now. 10 days on, we still don't know. Hopefully, in all likelihood, in the next 1 hour, we should have an answer. Shibi Mol and Rahul Gautam, thanks for those details. We'll stand by for the big announcement on who will be the Chief Minister of Kerala.
Confident ஆயிருங்க. அவர்களின் தீர்மானம் நிறைவேறியது, வெற்றி பெற்றது. மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் தீர்மானம்
Let's get you the highlights of the vote of confidence, the floor test that took place in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. This was considered to be the first big test that Vijay faces, and he's hit it out of the park. 144 MLAs who've backed him. Vijay is now no longer vulnerable. If there were questions about a coalition government and numbers not on his side, that's changed, because from 120 he shot right up to 144. So let me break down for you the 6 big takeaways of the floor test that we saw this morning. Number one, that Vijay emerges much stronger. Anyone who underestimated him, who spoke of his inexperience as a politician and therefore coalition government getting those numbers in the assembly would be challenging, not at all. Vijay has proven all his detractors wrong in that sense by ensuring that he cleverly played the numbers game, getting in the smaller parties onto his side, and then also ensuring that the rebels come over of the AIADMK. And that's worked in his favor. Second, 144 MLAs backing TVK now. That's a big number. What was expected to be 119, 120 has shot right up to 144. That's a result of so many of these AIADMK rebels switching over who Vijay had met just the previous day. Smaller allies, Congress cannot arm twist Vijay. Remember that in the run-up to all of these numbers coming together for Vijay, there was a lot of talk that the smaller parties with 2 seats, with 1 seat, with 4 seats, are calling the shots, are telling Vijay what to do. But what's very clear, based on the numbers that Vijay has in the mandate, is that he knows exactly what he's doing, and there's no question of him being arm twisted. Of course, takeaway number 4, many would say this was the highlight, that this wasn't really a litmus test for Vijay, but that this was a litmus test for the AIADMK, for EPS. And it's established on record now that there's a vertical split right down the middle in the AIADMK. 25 AIADMK rebels are with Vijay. Let me highlight that of the 47, 25 are with Vijay. And so EPS is left with a smaller number there of 22. For a merger, for not attracting the anti-defection law, the AIADMK rebels need 32. They don't have that, but ultimately the bigger number is still with them at 25 versus EPS at 22. So this actually, if you look at the floor test, for Vijay, smooth sailing, no problem whatsoever. In fact, he's aced it at this point. He's hit it out of the park and ensured that he passed this test with flying colours. For EPS, however, there's a whole lot of bad news.
தீர்மானத்தை எதிர்த்தோர் 22, நடுநிலை வைத்தோர் 5, தீர்மானத்தை ஆதரித்தோர் அதிகமாக இருப்பதால் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் தீர்மானம் நிறைவேறியது, வெற்றி பெற்றது.
It was nothing short of a blockbuster, with Thalapathy Vijay as its superstar.
வெற்றி பெற்றது என பேரவைக்கு அறிவிக்கிறேன்.
After days of ups and downs, Chandrasekharan Joseph Vijay won the trust vote with flying colours.
மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் தீர்மானம் வெற்றி பெற்றது என பேரவைக்கு அறிவிக்கிறேன்.
And cemented his position as Chief Minister with a clear majority.
திரு சி ஜோசப் விஜய் அவர்களை முதலமைச்சராக கொண்ட அமைச்சரவை மீது இப்பேரவை தனது நம்பிக்கையை தெரிவிக்கிறது என்னும் தீர்மானத்தை மொழிகிறேன்.
The assembly session began with Vijay proposing the trust motion, with allies extending their support to the Vijay government one by one.
Dr. T.K. Prabhu.
While Vijay, like a seasoned politician, sat patiently. One ally after another pledged their support for him. Then came the AIADMK split and boost to Vijay in the number game, as reported by India Today. The AIADMK rebel group led by SP Velumani announced support to the Vijay government, ignoring the whip issued by the party.
தலைமையில் அமைந்துள்ள அரசுக்கு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் கொண்டு வந்த நம்பிக்கை தீர்மானத்திற்கு அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆதரவு. எல்லாரும் மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் திரு எடப்பாடி கே பழனிசாமி அவர்கள்.
Edapadi K. Palanisamy, who is facing off with rebels in his party, claimed that ministerial berths have been offered to break his party.
இருந்தாலும் பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டியது என்னுடைய கடமை. ஏழச்சில் இடம்பெற செய்வதாக பரவலான செய்தி, அதற்கு தாங்கள் இடமளிக்க வேண்டாம் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். நீங்கள் தூய்மையான ஆட்சி நடத்துவதாக நீங்கள் குறிப்பிட்டீர்கள், வெளிப்படையான ஆட்சி நடத்துவதாக குறிப்பிட்டீர்கள். அந்த எண்ணத்திலிருந்து புரளாமல் நீங்கள் நடப்பீர்கள் என்று நாங்கள்
Allegations of horse trading also echoed in the assembly, with the leader of the opposition Udayanidhi Stalin too levelling serious charges and the chief minister hitting back.
பெரிய கட்சியான அதிமுக இன்னைக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட ரெண்டா பிளவுபட்டிருக்கு. பிளவுபட்ட ஒரு குரூப் உங்களுக்கு ஆதரவு தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அடுத்து நடந்த இன்சிடென்ட் தான் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு ட்விஸ்ட். பிளவுபட்ட குரூப்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு தலைவரோட வீட்டுக்கு ஒரு புது சோஃபா போகுது. சோஃபா பின்னாடியே புது முதலமைச்சரும் அந்த தேர்தல் நேரத்தில் ஊழல் சக்தின்னு சொன்னீங்க.
குதிரை பேரத்தில் எமது அரசு ஈடுபடுகிறது என்ற கருத்தை தெரிவித்த மாண்புமிகு உறுப்பினர் அவர்களுக்கு நான் ஒன்றை மட்டும் சொல்லிக் கொள்கிறேன். இந்த அரசு குதிரை வேகத்தில் செயல்படுகிற அரசே தவிர குதிரை பேரத்தில் ஈடுபடுகிற அரசு இல்லை என்பதை ஆணித்தரமாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
In the end, Vijay registered an emphatic win and promised an inclusive government.
1967 and 1977 தேர்தல்கள் வாயிலாக அமைந்த சாமானியர்களின் அரசை போலவே 2026 சட்டமன்ற தேர்தல் வாயிலாக தமிழக வெற்றிக் கழகமும் சாமானியர்களின் அரசையே அமைக்கும் என்று மக்களிடம் தீர்மானமாக கூறினோம். மக்களும் நம் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து தீர்மானமாக வாக்களித்தனர். வாகை சூடும் அந்த வரலாறு திரும்பியது. விசில் அலை வெற்றி அலையாக மாறியது.
With 144 MLAs in his kitty, including 25 AIADMK rebels, Vijay now stands much stronger since falling short of majority. With Pramod Madhav and Anaga Keshav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
The biggest headline from that floor test is the fact that the AIADMK has been split right down the middle, and repercussions of this protest will be felt within the AIADMK. A couple of scenarios that we've drawn up for you on what could happen in the coming days. Scenario one is that the AIADMK rebels with 25 on their side armed with EPS saying go ahead and extend support to TVK or we'll break away, and EPS relents and does exactly that to ensure that they remain in one side and that he is the undisputed leader. Scenario number two. Remember that Edappadi Palaniswamy is still the General Secretary of the party. If the AIADMK rebels get more numbers on their side, right now they're at 25 or 47, let's say that goes up, they will go ahead and ensure that EPS is replaced as General Secretary if they believe he's being too rigid and not allowing that support to the TVK. Scenario number three, and this is of course a question of merger. Will they be able to merge with the TVK without attracting the anti-defection law? Only if the number of rebel MLAs goes up to 32 or 47, two-thirds. Two-thirds if they don't attract the anti-defection law. So if that happens, then merger complete. They're at 25, they need 7 more on their side. But scenario number 4 also is a possibility. EPS is someone who's fought out many challenges, political challenges like this one too. This has happened repeatedly within the AIADMK. So there is very much a possibility that EPS fights it off, prevails, quells all rebellion, has it his way. You never really know with a veteran politician like EPS. Let's cut across now to breaking news that's coming in on this AIADMK internal fight. And India Today's news break has again been confirmed. Rebel AIADMK MLA CV Shanmugam has confirmed that yes, the DMK AIADMK talks were very much underway, which we told you first on India Today. We also had told you, and I remember reporting this from Chennai, that the DMK AIADMK were reportedly pushing for Tol Tirumavallavan as Chief Minister, for a Dalit Chief Minister. And that too has been confirmed by the AIADMK rebel camp in their press conference, where they say that there was talk of plum portfolios, but ultimately that the CM would be from the VCK, that it would be Tol Tirumavallavan. So that is the confirmation there for you of another India Today news break being confirmed. There was a proposal according to the AIADMK by DMK for Tirumavallavan to be the Chief Minister. Let me bring in Pramod Madhav for more details on this. Pramod, good evening. First of all, every news break that you got us bang on, spot on, confirmed days later by political leaders themselves. But this is sensational because not just do you have a confirmation from the horse's mouth that yes, DMK and AIADMK were in talks, but they were also planning to prop up Tol Tirumavallavan as the Chief Minister, to be a Dalit CM essentially for Tamil Nadu. But then the question that will be asked is, why did the VCK shift over then to providing support to the TVK if they were going to bag such a great deal?
Good evening, Akshita. It's very, very certain that our news breaks have been proved, and I should thank CV Shanmugam for that, but because he's the one who's constantly apparently going ahead and giving us some actual details. The only kind of fear I had was because, like, as these communications and as these talks were happening, we were breaking that along. So it was quite shocking for the parties that were involved as well. I did get quite a lot of calls on that. So I personally have to thank CV Shanmugam for this. But however, the important aspect that had that happened, Tamil Nadu would have made history, scripted history, as it would have got its first Dalit Chief Minister, Akshita. But it looked like quite a lot of other plays were also underway. Now CV Shanmugam claims that EPS was not interested. He said that EPS wants to be the Chief Minister or the opposition leader and nothing else, and he was not happy with the form of going ahead and VCK being the government here. However, DMK was the one that proposed it. These are the words of CV Shanmugam, no longer ours, and it has been completely confirmed by CV Shanmugam for us, Akshita. But the important aspect is that, like, I have to tell you, quite a lot of other issues were there. In fact, for almost 24 hours, Tirumavallavan, nobody could reach him. So last time when he spoke to us, he very clearly said that certain questions that we put forward, he was not ready to answer, and looks like these are the reasons behind it, Akshita.
All right, thanks very much, Pramod, for joining us with those details, and congratulations on getting every news break right. Let's cut across now to CV Shanmugam, what exactly he had to say about this DMK-AIADMK alliance talks.
தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வரிய வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சது. என்ன வாய்ப்பு? மிகப்பெரிய, நடக்க முடியாத, நினைச்சு பார்க்க முடியாத, சிந்திக்க முடியாத ஒரு வாய்ப்பு. சமுதாயத்திலேயே மிகவும் மிக மிக பின்தங்கி இருக்கிற தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட சமுதாயத்தை சேர்ந்த ஒருவருக்கு முதலமைச்சர் பதவி வாய்ப்பு வந்தது. திமுகவோட ஆதரவோடு ஆட்சி அமைக்கின்ற போது கம்யூனிஸ்டுகள் நேரடியாக டக்குன்னு அவருக்கு ஆதரவு கொடுத்த உடனே திரு திருமாவளவன் அவர்களை முதலமைச்சராக ஆக்குகிறோம் என்று திமுகவால் முன்மொழியப்பட்டது. அவர் மட்டும் முதலமைச்சர். மீதி அனைத்து அமைச்சர் பதவியிலும் திமுக அண்ணா திமுக எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். 33 அமைச்சர்கள் நீங்க எடுத்துக்கீங்க. திருமாவளவன் மட்டும் முதலமைச்சர் என்ற ஒரு வாய்ப்பு வந்தது. அப்ப சொன்னோம், சரி திமுகவோட நம்மளால முடியாது, அவர் திருமாவளவன் ஒரு வாய்ப்பு வந்திருக்கிறது, சரி பண்ணிக்கலாமா சொல்லுங்க, அது என்னன்னு சொல்லுங்க. முடியாது, ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள முடியாது. அது எப்படி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சியின் ஆட்சியும் தான் வரும்? சொல்ல முடியாது. அது எப்படி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சியின் ஆட்சியும் தான் வரும்? முடியாது. நான் இருந்தால் நான் முதலமைச்சர், இல்லை என்றால் நம்ம எதிர்கட்சியாக செயல்படுவோம். இந்த சேம் வேர்ட் யூஸ்ட்.
Let me open this up. Joining us on this broadcast, we've got Nandakumar, political analyst, Mr. A. Savrinen, spokesperson of the DMK, and R. Kannan, author and commentator. Let's bring in all of our panelists on this broadcast. Mr. Nandakumar, I'd like to begin with you. What we've seen, and this is something you mentioned in the morning as well, that we've kind of underestimated what Vijay can do, what he can pull off. We're seeing that right now in the numbers also that are coming in. 144 for Vijay for TV. He's through, sir, with a clear number on his side, with majority that's far more than 120 as we expected.
Yes, of course. Even if this faction of AIADMK doesn't support also, he will be winning this today's vote of confidence, because if you see, in spite of DMK making a lot of comments and criticism against Vijay, they have not voted against Vijay. They have just abstained from voting. So almost 59 MLAs have got abstained, and another 4 from PMK and 1 from Bharatiya Janata has stayed neutral. So almost 64 people have stayed. So just with 86 MLAs on the side of Vijay, he might be winning this vote of confidence. So my question to DMK is that, having criticizing TVK for a long time, and also in the assembly today, and putting a lot of allegations on Vijay, why did they abstain from voting? Because AIADMK's faction of Edappadi Palanichami with 22, they have gone against TVK and voted. But why didn't DMK did that? So that's my question to DMK. Even.
Mr. Saravanan, do you want to answer that first? Why did the DMK choose to walk out instead of voting, sir? Against the TVK, if you believed that, as Udayanidhi Stalin said, people are regretting the TVK is not even delivered in the first few days.
I think the earlier spokesman was not listening to what our the leader of opposition, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, was saying. Said, we did not want a constitutional crisis. Another election, the state of Tamil Nadu cannot have it now. And we don't want the president's rule to be imposed. This is our statement, public statement, and this is what was assured by our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin. And that is the reason why our allies were supporting. Mr. M.K. Stalin persuaded our allies to support Mr. Vijay so that the government will not fall. So we registered our protest and walked out to ensure that there is no constitutional crisis. This is the issue. The other thing is, Mr. Vijay, the chief minister, was clueless when we made allegations after allegations that this government, which has said they will make some changes, they will bring in change, was no different, was in fact worse, because in the state of Tamil Nadu, this horse trading allegations had never ever come. But for the first time ever, allegations of horse trading had surfaced, and lending a credence to these horse trading allegations. A section of the BJP has split, sorry, the ADMK has split, and they are saying they are supporting TVK. Just a moment, I have not completed.
Just a second, sir, just a second, let Mr. Saran finish.
Do you have courtesy, please wait? I'm speaking, I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished
no,
yet.
I'm
Please
sorry.
wait.
I think one second, just a second. We're having a bit of an issue. That is, someone else is on our screen. Can we get rid of that, please? Mr. Saran, and go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the issue. The another problem is, Mr. Vijay, instead of answering to all these allegations inside the house, has come out after 4 hours as an afterthought, has put out a detailed tweet countering all the allegations. So we want to remind our Chief Minister, sir, this is the House, this is the Assembly, where you want to make a point, it has to be done immediately. It cannot be done post facto. It cannot be done in Twitter. People will lose credibility. So at least the next time, when allegations are made against you, please counter them on the floor of the House, on the floor of the Assembly. Post facto, anybody can say anything.
Mr. Nandakumar, no, so, okay, fine. Horse trading is something, of course, that's been raised. Mr. Nandakumar, that's a serious allegation here against the TVK. Whether it's the AMMK MLA, who is now, of course, no longer with the AMMK, or these 25 AIADMK rebels, ultimately, how has TVK gotten these numbers, sir? Through leaders who aren't part of the TVK or not of parties who've officially extended support to the TVK.
No, I would like to remind once again, Akshita, that the communists have came forward to support TVK only because of DMK, because DMK wanted to support ADMK forming the government from outside, and they insisted communist parties to do so. That is why they have moved on to TVK, not on their own. And again, if they are talking about horse trading, on the day one, Mr. TTV Dinagaran was coming on the screen and complaining about his MLA has been abducted, he was not contactable, and he has been put on horse trading, all these allegations. After some few hours, both of them have appeared on in front of the press and in front of having TTV nearby his own MLA. Then the S. Kamaraj has answered, TVK has not contacted him, TVK has not spoken to him. So
then
his
how
own
did it happen?
MLA has answered TTVK that there was no horse trading happened.
No, I think this gentleman doesn't.
This was a clear-cut answer.
Can I come in?
This was a clear-cut answer. And 1 minute, sir. One minute.
Okay, Mr.
1 minute. I have not completed yet. And even during 2019 MP election, there was a affidavit filed by DMK that they have given 15 crore rupee to CPI, 10 crore to CPM, and another 10 crore to another party, KMDK. And even a communist leader by name Muttarasan has come on to the media and said that at least we have got those amount through account, but all the alliance parties with DMK has got money through an account. Till date, no alliance parties by then in 2019, whoever were allied with the DMK, no one has refused it. So it might be a practice of DMK to do the horse trading before and after election.
Okay,
Till date, no party has come on refused
Mr.
that.
Sarvan, your response before I bring in Mr. Kannan, please. Yes.
See, I think this gentleman is not aware of the term horse trading. He doesn't understand what horse trading means. That is exactly what has happened. Here, whom did he win against? Mr. Kamaraj, whom did he win against? He won against the TVK candidate. So what was the vote for in his constituency against TVK? Now what is he doing? He is going and supporting TVK, and the letter of support, even prior to Mr. TTV Dinagaran raising his allegations, the TVK people gave and said, gave a letter, and they also let out a video of Mr. Kamaraj signing this letter of support. So if this isn't horse trading, and what else? And Mr. Edapadi Palanichami has clearly made what lurings were given. What lured? What was the lure for the breakaway faction of the ADMK?
No, but that the AIADMK rebels have denied, sir. So you're taking one side, you should take the other side also. If EPS is alleging something, the AIADMK rebels have also disputed that. Mr. Kannan, would you like to come in on this? On this horse trading allegation against the TVK, and does this kind of smear their reputation?
I think this development, is very unusual. We see the DMK spokesperson batting for the original AIADMK led by EPS. This whole situation of a fractured mandate has led to so many stories, and I'm sure that most of it is credible, of DMK propping up an ADMK government, both trying to hoist a TVK government, etc. Horse trading has happened even before. In 87, when the AIADMK split, the Jayalalitha faction removed its MLAs from Tamil Nadu and kept them in a safe place. And it has happened, in fact, the first general elections in 1952 produced a fractured mandate. And Rajaji lured independents and others who won from the two Vanniya parties to his ministry by both by blandishments and threats. He told them that he would recommend a fresh election if they wouldn't prop up his government. So this is not new. This is not a new law in politics. It's something that we are witnessing, and you see things that haven't happened before happening.
No, but that doesn't make it legal, sir. It's still something that should be frowned upon.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm not justifying it at all, and I'm not saying it is legal. And we don't know. Neither do you know, nor do I know whether there was any. But time will tell us if as.
No, okay, so let me raise one question here, Mr. Nandakumar. What Udayanidhi Stalin referred to, saying why is it that with every party that comes on board, there is a sofa that lands up at their house, at their office. And so the suggestion, of course, is what happens in the movie Pushpa. And that's what's again led to questions about whether money is being exchanged here. You've got Vijay clarifying and saying there's no horse trading. We're only a government that's, racing ahead. But ultimately, these questions will be asked on what it took to get these parties on board, sir. And some of these leaders like the AIADMK or these rebels, these AIADMK rebels.
Yeah, for your kind information, Akshita, on the day when he was about to meet Mr. Tul Tirumavalavan in his office, a sofa was delivered in Tul Tirumavalavan's office too. So does Saravanan and Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin mean to say that they are pushing their alliance party to support TVK based on this sofa politics? So even the sofa was sent to Mr. Tirumavalavan's office. What are they saying? So, whether the DMK is involved in horse trading by making their alliance parties to accept sofas? What is this? Come on. As Mr. Kannan said, everybody is speculating here. Nobody knows what it is happening. And coming on the TV and making a false allegations. That is what I have given you an example how TTV Dinagaran was exposed by his own MLA. And now Mr. Saravanan has exposed his own leader, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin. Based on this sofa, this was delivered to Mr. Tirumavalavan's office. So let Saravanan answer this. What is sofa?
Mr. Saravanan, do you want to answer this?
Yeah,
is the VCK then, according to you, corrupt?
No. See, the only question is this. The Chief Minister did not visit the leader of the ADMK party, that is Mr. Edappadi Palanichami. He did not even wish him back when he wished inside the assembly. But he goes and meets the breakaway faction. What was the stand taken by the TVK party? That, we will not do anything. We have got nothing to do with the ADMK because they are an India allies. This is also reiterated by the Congress.
No, but they've said we're not tied to the NDA anymore.
No, just a moment. Allow me.
Can you please comment on sofa sent to VCK's office?
Allow me to speak, Akshita. So they said, we will not touch the ADMK. We will never go near them because they are tied up with NDA. And that is what our leader of opposition mentioned, so far goes, and Mr. Vijay goes, and the persons who were deemed to be not palatable earlier have suddenly become palatable because horse trading. And that is not only the case. That's what
I'm confused. Mr. Saravanan, you said to avoid a constitutional crisis, we told our allies to go ahead and provide support to TVK. With the AIADMK and these rebel MLAs who you say are connected to the NDA coming on board, are you going to tell your allies to pull out support?
No. See, next 6 months, that question does not arise at all. That is what, if you look at what our Chief Minister has said, the next, once a confidence motion is passed, the next 6 months, nobody can bring any confidence motion against this government.
So you're either objecting to the AIADMK or you're not?
Yeah. So whether you like it or not, next 6 months, nothing is going to happen. So let's first understand that. then we can jump into any conclusions or whatever. Let's see. See, the thing is this, the only question is this, what will happen? Are they lured with minister posts and the other posts as alleged by Mr. Edappadi Palanichami? That we'll have to wait and see what thing, and look at where does the Congress stand here. That is another problem. Whether they will be relevant at all in the course of things, that also we'll have to wait and watch.
Okay, I'd like to thank Mr. Saravanan and Mr. Nandakumar for joining us. Mr. Kannan, I'll just request you to stay with me because I'd like your view also on the AIADMK crisis. We've got a news break on that. As the AIADMK MLA CV Shanmugam, SP Velumani, Vijay Bhaskar, their camps have all been removed from party posts that they held. This is the big breaking news that's coming in right now. Mr. Kannan, how do you think this will play out now? Do you think that these rebels will survive these tests, or do you think that EPS will come through, live another life, even facing, despite all of these crises that he survived before?
I think EPS is finished. I think this is the beginning of his political end, and much depends upon how the Speaker acts on the 25 rebels who have defied the AIADMK party whip. And certainly the original AIADMK led by EPS would then approach the court. All this is going to take some time. So we will have to see. My feeling is a majority of the AIADMK legislators have sensed where the wind blows. And they've taken a very politically correct decision.
Okay, so we'll see what plays out in the coming days, but what's very clear is that the AIADMK is facing a crisis that they've seen before, but now you've got a clear rebellion against EPS that's playing out. Thanks very much, Mr. Kannan, for joining us on this broadcast. We're going to continue tracking what really happens now that all of these leaders, these rebels, have been removed from party posts. It was expected by EPS. But focusing on Chief Minister Vijay, everyone's been talking, and I know there's a great deal of curiosity over Vijay, over how from blockbuster films he's delivered a blockbuster in politics. But through this entire journey, he's kept one thing constant: his bond with fans, now with his voter base through the camera lens. This is Vijay's strong selfie game. Every single time he posts a selfie, it breaks the internet, and he times it in very important times.
Talapati Vijay. The name is enough. From being a superstar to Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay has come a long way. One thing in his spectacular journey has remained unchanged: the selfie culture. From the name-ready selfie during the Master movie trailer event which went viral, or his selfie at the oath-taking ceremony. It has always been lights, camera, action for Talapati. Since stepping into politics, he has consistently been seen engaging with fans through photographs and selfies at public events. Wherever Vijay goes, he is always ready to say cheese. With Simran Sarowa, Bureau Report, India Today.
A dream come true. You make me rise with you in the sky of our own. Feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
4 states, 4 big verdicts, one changing political map. BJP's historic Bengal win, Tamil Nadu's superstar sweep, Assam's Hurricane Himanta, Congress comeback in Kerala. What changed the game? Anti-incumbency, anti-corruption wave, new schemes and promises, or a sharp political strategy? This week, India Today magazine brings you the definitive post-election analysis from across the 4 states. India Today, making sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon India and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Prime Minister Modi showcasing the drastic move he wants India to follow. Fuel fears, rising imports, global uncertainty, and now India's power corridors are shifting gears. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a full-scale push and he's beginning with his own convoy. Images show Modi travelling in a convoy of just 2 cars on his way to a cabinet meeting. In a dramatic move packed with symbolism, Prime Minister Modi has cut his official convoy. Sources say the Prime Minister personally directed the SPG to slash the number of vehicles without compromising even a single mandatory Blue Book security protocol. As per sources, Prime Minister Modi has also pushed for greater use of EVs in the Prime Minister convoy, but with one strict condition: no new vehicles to be bought. The message from the top is now triggering a chain reaction across the country. BJP-ruled states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal and Rajasthan are now downsizing convoys and pushing fuel-saving measures. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has ordered a 50% cut in official fleets and even urged leaders to use public transport. Ministers, including Home Minister Amit Shah, arrived for a crucial cabinet meeting in trimmed convoys. Delhi Minister Kapil Mishra took the metro to work, while Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary switched to an EV for official travel. But Congress isn't convinced. Not just in India, even Singapore government has cautioned its citizens to prepare for a more difficult period ahead. As fuel prices, global tensions and economic pressures continue to mount, governments across the world are sending the same message: cut excess, conserve resources and prepare for uncertain times ahead. And in India, the push is no longer just an appeal from the top, it's becoming policy in motion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
खरीफ के लिए जो फैसला लिया गया उसमें करीब जितने भी खरीफ के क्रॉप्स हैं उन सब में कॉस्ट प्लस 50% या 50 से अधिक टोटल 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए किसानों को पे आउट जाएगा। इस पूरे फैसले से 2004 से 14 के दशक में 4,75,000 करोड़ रुपए किसानों को मिले थे। NDA 1, NDA 2, NDA 3 ये जो पीरियड है इसमें 19 लाख करोड़ रुपए किसानों को खरीफ में मिले। किसानों के जीवन में इसके कारण एक बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As the Iran conflict rattles global markets and oil routes through the Strait of Hormuz remain under threat,
वैश्विक संकटों से जो चुनौतियां आई है,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made an extraordinary appeal to the nation. Calling it nation first, duty above comfort, the Prime Minister urged citizens to switch to public transport, carpool, choose electric vehicles, avoid unnecessary gold purchases and even prefer Indian holidays over overseas vacations.
हमें तय करना होगा कि जब ये संकट का काल है और हमारी देशभक्ति हमें ललकार रही है तो कम से कम एक साल के लिए हमें विदेशों में जाने की बातों को टालना चाहिए। एक जमाना था जब संकट आता था, कोई युद्ध होता था तो लोग देश हित में सोना दान दे देते थे। आज दान की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देश हित में हमको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि साल भर तक घर में कोई भी फंक्शन हो, कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो, हम सोने के गहने नहीं खरीदेंगे।
He repeated the austerity call on Monday in Gujarat Somnath.
ये विदेश में वेडिंग इनका फैशन खूब बढ़ रहा है, और लेकिन इस पर भी बहुत विदेशी मुद्रा खर्च होती है। साथियों, आप सोचिए, क्या भारत में ऐसी जगह नहीं है जो हम अपनी वैकेशन वहां मनाएं, हमारे बच्चों को हमारा इतिहास पढ़ाएं?
Co-powered by Candare Lifestyle Jewelry from Kalyan Company. Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I am Preeti Chaudhary. All eyes are on the state of Kerala. Every possible state that has gone into election, even the union territory of Puducherry has a chief minister now, but not Kerala. Congress conundrum continues on who to appoint the chief minister of Kerala. All of that coming up over the course of the next 40 minutes. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Here are the headlines. Blockbuster win for Vijay on the floor of the House with 144 votes. DMK stages walkout. 22 EPS faction. AIADMK MLAs vote against Vijay. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister says this is a government for minorities. Fire from allies and severe backlash. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister forced to revoke his astrologer's appointment as officer on special duty. Kerala Chief Minister suspense rages on. 10 days on, Congress still clueless. Kerala Congress chief says announcement to be made today. Rahul and Kharge hold key meet in Delhi. After Bachat call, Prime Minister Modi leads by example, travels in just 2-car convoy, tells ministers to minimize spending. BJP chief ministers also follow suit. India Today, Niti Aayog Vice Chairman Ashok Lahiri decodes Prime Minister's message.
National austerity is another term for national savings. You know, national savings is the main source of national investment. China, the East Asian tigers, they used to save a lot.
Pictures of NEET leak accused with Rajasthan Education Minister. NEET leak accused picture with Mantri Madan Dilawar. Multiple arrests made in NEET paper leak case. Amidst deadlock in West Asia, US President Donald Trump arrives in Beijing, will hold key meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping tomorrow. Talks on trade, Iran, war on agenda. All right, our top focus is the state of Kerala. 4 states and 1 union territory voted all together in Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Puducherry. Governments are already in place and functioning. Chief ministers have taken charge. Strangely, not in Kerala. Despite a massive mandate, the Congress still cannot decide who will sit in the chief minister's chair. What should have been the Congress's biggest comeback in Kerala in decades is increasingly looking like a messy succession war. So who will it be? K.C. Venugopal, V.D. Satishan, who knows?
4 states and 1 union territory voted. 5 verdicts came on the same day. Chief ministers of West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam and Puducherry have taken oath. They have all got down to the business. But in Kerala, the Congress still cannot decide who will take the Chief Minister's chair. Every morning, the same headline, CM decision likely today. Every evening, the same outcome, more meetings, more lobbying, more deadlock. For days now, the Congress has been trapped in an endless loop of speculation, faction fights and closed-door negotiations. And at the center of the tug-of-war, 3 powerful contenders. V.D. Satishan, the face of the Congress campaign in Kerala. K.C. Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi's trusted organizational heavyweight, and sources say the current frontrunner for the top post. And veteran leader Ramesh Chennithala, who is banking on seniority and experience.
After the observation report submitted.
After its biggest victory in decades, the party looks completely unable to handle its own mandate. The delay is now triggering open discomfort within the UDF itself. Key ally IUML, which won 22 seats, has publicly admitted the alliance is unhappy with the indecision, making it clear that the ball is now entirely in Congress's court.
അല്ല നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ പോലെ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങളും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും തീരുമാനം വൈകൂലല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ മാറ്റർ അല്ലേ. അവരവരെ സമയമെടുക്കട്ടെ എന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ തീരുമാനം പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തങ്ങൾ അധികാരപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ട് തങ്ങൾ ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളോട് പറയും.
And the clock is ticking. The current assembly formally dissolves on May 23rd. That leaves barely days for government formation. What should have been Congress's biggest political moment in Kerala since 1960s is rapidly turning into a spectacle of confusion and power struggle. The left has been decimated, the mandate is overwhelming. But instead of governance, Kerala is watching a victory parade collapse into a succession war. How long can the Congress keep fighting for power before voters start questioning its ability to exercise it? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so what is leading to the confusion? What is leading to the stalling? Who goes to Kerala as Chief Minister? Is it K.C. Venugopal? Is it Mr. V.D. Satishan? Let's take all the questions on the delay. While all other states and the Union Territory that went to vote alongside Kerala already have not just their Chief Minister, their governments have started functioning. Kerala is still waiting for their Chief Minister to be installed. Even though the tenure of the Assembly gets over on the 23rd of May, even then, it's high time the Congress picked who will lead Kerala for the Congress. Let's cut across to our guest this evening. Joining me, Mr. P. Sandosh Kumar, CPI Rajya Sabha member. We also have K.A. Shashi, Senior journalist, KJ Jacob, executive editor, Deccan Chronicle, Javed Ansari, senior journalist. I want to cut across to Javed Ansari first. And Javed, maybe you can give us a sense of what's really taking place in Delhi, because the decision is being made by the High Command in Delhi. 10 days on, Javed, yet the conundrum within the Congress continues on who to pick.
Certainly, and this does not reflect very well on the decision-making abilities of the Congress leadership. The way they have gone about it, it appears that the current Congress leadership has patented the art of making simple things look very, very difficult. All this ought to have been worked out by now. It's ironical, isn't it, that all the chief ministers, most of the states that went to polls have chief ministers, and all of them were at one time or the other in the Congress party. They've all become chief ministers, but the only state that the Congress has won in a long time, the Congress is unable to decide on who will be the chief minister.
But Javed, what's going on within the High Command? Where are the pulls and tugs? Because it seems earlier on that KC Venugopal was the front runner, but the MLAs and seemingly are supporting KC Venugopal. But the camp of VD Satishan says, you have General Secretary Organization who is KC Venugopal. He was instrumental in giving tickets, so therefore the MLAs will pledge allegiance to him. However, allies are supporting Mr. Satishan. What's the High Command thinking?
So these are the contradictions that the High Command is engaged in managing, in reconciling these contradictions. But the proper thing ought to have been done. This should have been thought out. Perhaps Mr. Venugopal could have recused himself from the decision-making ticket distribution process. And now the allies have also cleared the pitch by saying that they are not too happy with Mr. Venugopal and they would like Mr. Satishan, who was the LOP, to go. And what everybody appears to forget is that Mr. Ramesh Channithala is also very much in the mix. While these two, while the tussle is between Mr. Venugopal, who not only is the blue-eyed boy of the Congress High Command, but also appears to have the backing of the MLAs. And on the other hand is Mr. Satishan, who has the allies with him and who believes that having led this campaign against the CPM, he ought to be the logical choice. By that yardstick, Mr. Ramesh Channithala should also have a
possibly. Okay, so Mr. Ramesh Channithala now being looked at primarily as a compromise candidate as well.
He is the senior most, and during the last time the Congress formed the government, he was the LOP but stepped aside for Mr. Oman Chandi because he was senior most at that time.
All right, fair point. Let's quickly cut across to Mr. P. Santosh Kumar, CPI leader, Rajya Sabha MP. Mr. Kumar, how is the left looking at the developments taking place? Even though your state assembly tenure only expires on the 23rd of May, but the Congress has made quite a hash of it seems.
No, it never happened in the history of Kerala. And even after 10 days of the announcement of the poll results, this drama is continuing. And as far as the left is concerned, the position is very clear. It's no more the internal matter. It's an insult to the huge mandates which fortunately they could manage. Now, the political impact is very important. For example, the left lost 10%, around 10% of vote this time. Of course, we have to admit that fact, and it's a humiliating and embarrassing defeat for us. We acknowledge that fact. But at the same time, these 10% voters were shifted towards UDF only. And in a way, you can say secular front only. Now, these developments are actually quite alarming, and we are fearful of these voters, who trusted Congress, may soon shift towards BJP. May not be in the coming days, but there is every chance of that. So that is what fears the left most, because a section of leaders are being portrayed as communists by the UDF group, and lots of drama is taking place. Our writers are making statements and street marches, group dances, whatnot. So it's absolutely ridiculous situation. But as far as leftists and our side is concerned, the most important thing is that these 10% voters were shifted to UDF, Congress, believing that they may make some wonders. Leave that part. But now, in the coming elections, there is every chance of these people getting a section of Congress voters getting attacked towards BJP. Because BJP have not that much role even now in Kerala, but BJP's eyes are on Kerala also, as you know.
Okay.
So this is what worries us. And there is huge communal polarization taking place, and there is a propaganda everywhere in Kerala that a section of Congress leaders are under the control of forces like Jamaat-e-Islami. So whatever may be the solution finally comes out, it's very clear that the future of this government can be predicted easily before it begins the work. So it's quite alarming situation, but the left will continue its work in a bigger way, and we are hopeful of regaining the power. This is what I can tell you at this point of time.
All right, so you're saying it's basically dishonoring the verdict, waiting for so long, where at least vitiating the atmosphere is what you're saying. By stalling, the Congress stalling to put a chief minister. All right, okay, you're saying it's insult to the verdict there. I want to go across to K.A. Shaji, senior journalist. K.A. Shaji, what's going on back in Kerala? Because while the deliberations continue in Delhi, what's taking place in Kerala? Because for the first time, the allies of the Congress have come out and they've made it very clear that their pick is V.D. Satishan. Anybody else won't do.
Yeah, now it is 10 days.
All right, just hold on, sir. I'm coming in. Let's listen into Mr. Jairam Ramesh.
As authorized by the members of the CNP in Kerala, the High Command of the Congress has completed all discussions, and the decision on who the next Chief Minister of Kerala will be announced tomorrow. Tomorrow, the decision on the next Chief Minister of Kerala will be announced.
All right, so that's the news break coming in. We finally have a date, viewers. Kerala has a date. Kerala will have a chief minister tomorrow. And finally, you have Jairam Ramesh, senior Congress leader, coming out, Rajya Sabha MP, announcing that tomorrow the name of the Kerala chief minister will be announced, and I believe it will be announced simultaneously both in Delhi as well as Kerala. Deepa Das Munshi is on her way to Kerala and she will be announcing that name. Who will it be is the big question, but that name will be announced tomorrow. Deliberations have taken place today. You had Rahul Gandhi, who had met the Congress party president as well, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, and a decision has been firmed up, we believe. Now, further deliberations will take place, and tomorrow is what the Congress confirms the name will be announced, 11 days after the verdict, just to put that out there. Yes, the assembly only expires on the 23rd of May, but the optics of it all just quite not working for the Congress, that they haven't been able to pick their chief minister despite winning a huge mandate. I want to cut across back to Mr. K.A. Shaji, senior journalist, who continues to be with us. We have a date, Mr. Shaji. Tomorrow, the Congress will announce the Chief Minister of Kerala, but you were telling us and giving us a sense of what the ground situation is. What are you picking up, sir?
Tomorrow will be the 11th day since the people of Kerala given a massive mandate to the Congress and brought them back to power. And in the last 11 days, today is the 10th day, there is massive disappointment across the state, not only among the Congress workers, among the constituents of the UDF, and also among the civil society members. People are totally unhappy. People are totally against the continued delay in the process of finding the right chief minister candidates. At another level, there is a clear public mood in favor of V.D. Satishan because he led the fight from the front. And he was leading the UDF in the election, not only in the election, the last 5 years as the opposition leader of the state and the chairman of the UDF. He performed well. There was a stellar performance. And so the people, majority of the people wanted to see Satishan as the chief minister of the Congress. But at another level, K.C. Venugopal is thinking he would be the proper person to become the chief minister of Kerala. So that is a tussle. At another level, the earlier other representatives are also talking about Ramesh Chennittala. And in the case of Ramesh Chennittala, He is more a compromise candidate. The main tussle is between Vijay Satheesan and K.C. Venugopal.
All right, so the main and the tug of war continues. Who has the upper hand right now? Delhi would suggest Mr. K.J. Jacob, executive editor, Deccan Chronicle, with us. Delhi would suggest it's Mr. K.C. Venugopal, but if you ask the allies and the cadre, not the MLAs, because MLAs are with Mr. K.C. Venugopal, but there, the cadre and the allies seem to suggest it has to be Mr. Satheesan.
Yes, that has been the situation till now. Till yesterday, we were given to understand that the High Command will decide in favor of Mr. K.C. Venugopal, but the scene has shifted. It has shifted towards favorable towards Sri Satheesan, and I think there is a groundswell of support for him, and that has started working with the High Command. So any which way, this need not have been allowed to prolong in such a way that it has started affecting governance in Kerala. It is not only a decision for the government or a chief minister coming into power. What happens is that Kerala is entering into a pre-monsoon phase. A lot of governmental work needs to be done immediately. So that is getting hit. That's what the reports tell us. So whether it is there is absolutely no justification for the Congress party to prolong this process beyond a limit, as all of the other panelists have said. This has vitiated the scene beyond a limit. More players are coming into the scene with varied ideas and getting it is getting toxic. So the High Command cannot go beyond this position. They need to not. Of course, we have a date for tomorrow. This nonsense, this absurdity cannot be allowed.
You're true. This absurdity cannot continue. You're right. This absurdity cannot continue longer anymore. But I want to bring in my colleague Maushmi, who tracks the Congress very closely. Maushmi, the Congress now already has dug themselves up in this hole. It's absurd that you have a strong mandate and it's taken you 11 days to install your chief minister in the state of Kerala. On the other hand, Maushmi, there is a train of thought that wherever the High Command has tried to intervene and tried to push their choice, and examples are glaring. For example, Punjab, the High Command intervened, pushed their choice, and see what happened to the Congress unit in Punjab. So what are the permutations and combinations that the Congress High Command is actually working on? And why the stalling, Maushmi?
You're right, Preeti, that Congress leadership has found itself in a bind over who should be the chief minister multiple times. But I think that, Kerala is a different ball game. Also, the Congress leadership is harping on the fact that the opinion of the MLAs should be the number one priority as far as, the other considerations, public opinion, or the alliance opinion is concerned. And Jairam Ramesh just came out and he said that all the discussions have been done, the decision is ready, and it will be out tomorrow. So this time gap between the entire announcement and the decision making perhaps is to contain the damage, if there is any, in terms of resentment or whatever happens in Kerala. Remember that they have to choose from one of the three picks. The Vijay Satheesan is the popular choice in terms of as far as countering the LDF government is concerned. But remember that K.C. Venugopal topped the choice of MLAs with above 45.
Maushmi, who's the front runner right now?
In his favor, so that really counts for a lot. I'd put my bets on K.C. Venugopal, who is the front runner. We had reported that, Preeti. But, with all the protests and poster wars that are breaking out, though Vijay Satheesan is the heavyweight who's punching above his weight also and has given some nervous moments to the party leadership, but will it augur well for the leadership, and will it set a wrong precedence now that the MLAs whoopingly chose K.C. Venugopal when they were asked who would you want as the CM?
But Maushmi, there is an argument, and you stay with me. Maushmi, you stay with me because I'm going to come right back. Let's bring in Javed into this conversation, because the MLAs might have voted K.C. Venugopal, but Javed Ansari, there is this very strong argument and cogent argument at that, which says that, listen, you are General Secretary organization. You were in charge of ticket distribution. Many from who want Vidhi Satishan are saying you practically fixed this election in your favor. You are the one who gave tickets, and of course the MLAs are going to support you.
Well, I mean, it can be argued both ways. Yes, the proper thing ought to have been that if Mr. Venugopal had already made up his mind, then he ought to have recused himself. But that being said, one way or the other, they ought to have made this decision, thought this through much earlier. It's been 10 days since the results came out. And now this whole exercise is all about trying to manage these contradictions, or trying to find a suitable placement for Mr. Satishan and for Mr. Ramesh Chennitala, keeping in mind just to ensure that they don't start, that there's no rebellion that's going to happen. The political management skills of the Congress leadership will now be put to test yet again. It's one thing to announce a leader, it's another thing to ensure that everybody falls in line and lends their shoulder to the wheel. That is the big challenge that will commence.
But the optics of it, Maushmi, I know you need to leave, Maushmi, so let me bring you in for a quick comment again. The optics of it all look terribly where the Congress is concerned. 11 days, you have the mandate, you can't install a chief minister, you can't figure out, the basic nuances on who really needs to be the chief minister. Be it Mr. K.C. Venugopal, if he was there, he should have been recused from ticket distribution as General Secretary organization. You have him in the mix. You have past precedent where you've tried to push a particular person onto a state unit. It's backfired massively. You have all of that. Yet, the hedging, Maushmi.
Absolutely, the optics don't augur well, don't play out well for the party leadership in terms of decision making, just dragging its feet in the face of BJP swearing in its chief ministers quick and fast, and even in Tamil Nadu, the kind of swearing in ceremony that happened. So it's, but despite that fact, I've heard many leaders who Rahul Gandhi met one-on-one. Rahul Gandhi was concerned about, he was asking who's doing this poster war, what's happening, what is the protest that's unfolding, and though he was miffed about the fact that that the leaders were posturing for themselves and marketing themselves. He had, in fact, when the top three leaders met him, he had said that this must stop, and though many claimed it was organic, so the leadership understands that the optics it's not been a great start for Kerala, for the Congress as far as choosing the leader and swearing in ceremony is concerned. And if KC was the choice, KC was to be, it could have been done faster to avoid all this theatrics.
You immediately make that decision.
Rolling out for the Congress.
You're right, and you don't leave it open for everyone to posture and conjecture. Maushmi, one quick question before I let you go. What are we looking at? A massive oath-taking ceremony?
Preeti, Rahul Gandhi, his very favorite dialogue is that Congress is a democratic party, and we value everybody's opinion. There's a right to dissent, but many a time that's been the party's nemesis in big elections. So, but that hasn't changed. Rahul Gandhi being Rahul Gandhi sticks to his guns. So we will have to wait and see how it plays out, whether Rahul Gandhi actually goes in for the swearing-in
muted
ceremony.
Oath-taking, or the Congress is going to make a bit of a meal of it?
No, finally, if they announce the decision, if they have to, Preeti, I think it's going to be a big fanfare, big celebration of sorts, because that's where that's their government that they're coming into power, and I think they won't leave any stone unturned to make it, impactful.
All right, Maushmi, thank you for joining us. I want to bring in KJ Jacob, Executive Editor, Deccan Chronicle, back into this conversation. The absurdity, Mr. Jacob, all set to end tomorrow, but K.C. Venugopal still remains the front runner. Would you think, if whereas politics goes, natural justice possibly demands it should be V.D. Satishan?
It's a real complex situation. As you said, there is a groundswell of support for Mr. Satishan from the allies, from a section of the party, from the general public. But at the same time, unlike most of the other states where the High Command tried to impose its will, so, Mr. Venugopal has, because he has been a Kerala politician before he moved to Delhi. He was a minister. He has been an MLA. He was an MP. So he was president of the KSU, of the NSU, of the Youth Congress. He was very much part of the Kerala party. So he has his own areas of influence, his own support base. So he cannot be ruled out just like that. So the very solid claim Venugopal has on the Chief Minister's Gadi, that's very much there. So it's a difficult matrix. But the problem is that it hasn't changed, it has only worsened. The results came on May 4th. Things haven't become easier for the Congress now. It has become more difficult. Every extra hour brings in new people with the new stakeholders, putting their share of confusion into it and making a real mess of it. And the Congress will have to fight a real difficult battle if they were to make a clear announcement of this, and to ensure that the government, with such a massive mandate, is able to work for the benefit of the people. Because this will definitely leave some bad blood within the party.
Either way. So basically,
yeah,
Mr. Jacob, what you're saying is, whichever way now the party decides, whether it's KC Venugopal or it's VD Satishan, you have completely queered the pitch for your own party in Kerala, where you could have made it very easy, especially at the back of this massive mandate. Mr. Shaji, would you want to come and weigh in on that?
I wish to tell you one thing. The number of MLA who are supporting KC, that is highly technical, because KC Venugopal is part of the High Command. In another level, he is the High Command. And most of the MLAs who don't have that much courage to take a stand that is opposing or that is not preferring KC. That is what happened actually. And even today, I saw 3-4 visuals, television images of people, ordinary Congress workers, waylaying these newly elected MLAs and asking them why you are supporting KC. And then they had no clear-cut answer. I have nothing against KC. And if he was deliberate or he was very much concerned about becoming the Chief Minister of Kerala, why he had not contested in the last election? Why he chose not to contest in the election? And now it more looks like a backdoor entry attempt. And that is why the lot of protest is happening in Kerala. It is dispiriting the will or enthusiasm of the Congress workers, because they want a massive victory. But in the last 10 days, they were not able to celebrate even that victory. So that is what the concern of IUML, that is the concern of Kerala Congress and other UDF alliance partners. So it is a peculiar kind of situation. Congress won a landmark victory, but they were not able to even celebrate that victory, because the law, on the part of KC Venugopal, his attempts have taken away all the joy from the Congress workers, ordinary workers. And I told you already, there is disappointment everywhere. And most of the people are thinking the High Command is imposing its candidate over the preference of the state. So that it is the number of MLAs, it is highly technical. But the real thing is that there is a clear mandate in favor of UDF. And people voted to UDF by finding VD Satishan on the front row as the captain or the leader of the front. And it is largely a vote for VD Satishan, his position, his stand, and his campaign stay.
All right, final words. Javed, pardon my language, but this is a classic case of the Congress once again screwing up a good thing. How could you put yourself in a position like that? Because tomorrow, no matter what the decision is, it will only backfire on the Congress from one side.
Now, it will all depend on how they manage to sell this decision. Irrespective of who is it is, they need to quell the ambitions of the others and ensure that everybody works harmoniously and the government gets off, the government is up and running quickly. They've already lost the optics battle now by this inordinate delay, which was eminently avoidable. They need to be able to prevail upon the other two and ensure that the government starts working and working quickly.
All right, Mr. Santosh Kumar, finally, at least there is a date now. Tomorrow, there will be a chief minister name that would be announced by the party. You can judge the time now. It's 11 days, and you have every reason to lament and take on the Congress on that. You had a decent mandate, still leaving a state rudderless, but there is at least a date. Tomorrow, the name will be announced.
Okay, let them take one more day. As is evident from the deliberations, so Mr. Shaji and Jacob, they are all well-known judges. Even they have their own sides and choices. For us, not like that. Whoever comes to power, Kerala's development process should carry on. And as far as our side is concerned, we will be a very constructive opposition. But one thing is quite clear from the very beginning itself. No one can lead Kerala to prosperity because these people are power hungry and power mongers. Then there will be more and more power centers within the government. So it will be an embarrassing situation in the future. So I can.
All right, but it is one thing one has to admit. It can't be getting more embarrassing from the Congress where they are. They've taken 11 days and now they've put themselves in a situation of whatever choice that they make, be it Mr. V.D. Satishan or be it K.C. Venugopal. They have painted themselves in a corner. Whatever decision it is, it's going to backfire. All right, we're going to quickly cut across to the latest now that is coming in where NEET is concerned. The NTA has cancelled the NEET examination, viewers, but there has been fair amount of developments on the sidelines of it and some of the clues leading to once again the state of Rajasthan.
Another NEET controversy, second one in just 2 years. 2024 outrage was so massive that the government sacked the then National Testing Agency chief. The Education Minister promised strict action, assured students that lessons had been learned.
देश की विद्यार्थियों के जो परीक्षा होते हैं, आगे की पढ़ाई के लिए हो या नौकरी के लिए हो, उसमें जीरो टॉलरेंस ऑफ एनी काइंड ऑफ ब्रीच और सैंक्टिटी ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। इसलिए मोदी सरकार ने पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अनफेयर मीन्स एक्ट जैसे सख्त कानून को अमल में लाया है।
But 1 year later, India is staring at another paper leak scandal. And the question is simple. Was anything really fixed? The CBI probe is now unraveling what looks like a nationwide exam mafia. Fresh arrests, fresh revelations, and once again, the credibility of India's biggest medical entrance exam is under a cloud. The latest arrest, Dhananjay Lokhande from Ahilyanagar. Investigators say he supplied the NEET paper to key accused Shubham Khairnar. But the trail doesn't stop there. The probe has now reached Rajasthan. Two brothers from Ramgarh, Mangilal Bhiwal and Dinesh Bhiwal, have been arrested for allegedly buying the leaked paper for their son preparing for NEET in Sikar and then selling it onwards to others. Now political links are surfacing too. Pictures of accused Dinesh Bhiwal with Rajasthan Education Minister Madan Dilawar and BJP MLA Mahendrapal Meena have added a fresh political dimension to the scandal. The opposition is now going all out, accusing the government of failing lakhs of students yet again.
केंद्र सरकार ने एक बार फिर CBI की जांच के नाम पर अपने आप को बचाने की कोशिश की है, क्योंकि जांच के नाम पर आप मामले को टालना चाहते हैं कि 2 साल पहले भी जांच बिठाई गई थी, उसकी रिपोर्ट कहाँ है, कौन दंडित हुआ, किसको सजा हुई, कोई मालूम नहीं है, सेम परीक्षा।
Several opposition parties are calling for the NTA to be dismantled altogether because after 2024, this was not supposed to happen again. So now who answers India's students? Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, Abhishek Singh, the NTA Director General, Bhajan Lal Sharma, the Rajasthan Chief Minister, and Madan Dilawar, the Rajasthan Education Minister. 2 years, 2 NEET controversies, thousands of anxious students, and the same promises of action. The question is, where does the buck stop? Bureau Report, India Today.
Senior Congress leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Rajasthan joins us right now. Sachin Pilot, thank you, sir, for taking the time out and joining us on the network. Why is it, Mr. Pilot, that every time the NEET controversy rears its heads, there are leads which go back to the state of Rajasthan, with Sikar the epicenter?
Well, first of all, the National Testing Agency was created to stop such leaks. In the last 10 years, reportedly 80 leaks have happened. So this particular leak now, I think, has really blown the cover on all the claims that the government of India has made in the last few years. And just to let you know, the young people across country are calling it the National Trauma Agency, because all they're doing is collecting, if I'm not wrong, last year the agency collected 1,000 crores as fees from the students. And now this paper leak has been caught not by the intelligence agencies or the government of India or government of Rajasthan or any other agency of the government. It was the students. They went and told a police station about what they thought was a guest paper, and all questions were a carbon copy of the real paper. Those young students actually then complained. It reached the agency, and then the exam was called off because the network is far and wide, like you said in your report. It's across the country. Now, this is a complete failure of accountability, of various assurances. 22.5 lakh kids have given the exam. And might I just tell you, it's not one boy or girl giving an exam. It's the whole family that gets invested. Forget the money part. But look at the morale, look at the loss of faith the young people have in the system that is supposed to test them. As it is, people face unemployment. On top of that, you have this problem. And Rajasthan, you're right, people were detained, about 30-40 people were detained once the whole scandal broke out. And no FIR was registered. No case was registered. There were obviously people, now details have come out, there are people involved, the ruling dispensation, ministers, etc., have very close links with the main people who actually sold these papers. So it's really now up to the government to step up and take responsibility and offer some explanation. You can't keep cancelling papers, saying we'll reconduct them, and the large-heartedness of the agencies, we won't take admissions fee again. It's a great favor you're doing to us. But people want questions. 22 lakh people giving exam, and I'm sure majority of them are honest people candidates who took the exam. Now, what happens to their future? What happens to the next? There is no date for the next exam. Some people might miss it. And just let me tell you, the poorest of the families, it's not about the admissions exam fee. It's about traveling to that place, staying in a hotel. All those problems and the trauma that families go through. No one is speaking up. No one in the government has owned up responsibility and said, yes, we take moral responsibility for what happened, and here's what we'll do. Last year it happened, this year it happened, year before that it happened. It's become it's a new normal, unfortunately. And I think there is a huge anger, not just in the opposition parties. Forget politics for a minute, Preeti, but all of India, young people. If you can't conduct a simple test, so much technology, so much resources, and yet there are greedy people in the system who obviously have the protection of the powers that be, that these things happen time and again, repeatedly.
Mr. Pilot, are you asking for dismantling the NTA, the National Testing Agency? Because also, Mr. Pilot, it's not just happened under the watch of this government. One can go back when your government was there in Rajasthan, there were similar paper leaks, if not, at where NEET was concerned. But paper leaks have been a constant issue with the state of Rajasthan and other states as well.
Various states have had problems, but this particular exam, how come the JEE paper never gets leaked? It's done online. We're not using technology, and ultimately, I don't think it can be some small brokers who are selling papers. Somebody powerful, the whole syndicate is obviously operating, and all the exams that go on, which don't get exposed, how do we not know that those were also not leaked? And underqualified people were made doctors, etc. So you really now are challenging, the way forward. And I stand by my word. Anybody, any party, any leader, any bureaucrat, no matter how important he or she is, if they are caught with evidence, strict action must be taken. We've been promised action for so many years. It's now, beyond comprehension what the government is doing. And Rajasthan particularly, all those names you took, photographs are emerging with the education minister posing with that gentleman who's stolen the papers, and no action, no response, no explanation. How long can this go on for?
But, just merely, Mr. Pilot, of taking a picture with the education minister doesn't indict the education minister. It happens with you so many times with all politicians. You don't know who's taking a picture. They can take a picture.
Okay, then someone must offer explanation. If a person is actually a BJP worker, identified office bearer of the BJP, is standing with the powers that be of the education minister, and he gets caught. Can I just ask you, if this were to happen in a Congress government, would the media and you not ask questions to the minister? Would you not ask for his resignation or some accountability? Please don't say this, a photograph has come, so means nothing. If it doesn't mean anything, then they should come and explain this. You can't defend the indefensible. You know, it's not circumstantial. It's not circumstantial, there's evidence. And if that minister has no relationship with that man, he should come and say it. Explain himself. But no one is talking. Not a single person in the government has come out and said a single word. It's been 3 days now. You're sending some bureaucrats to answer questions. What are they going to do? Ultimately, the control lies with the ministries and the government.
Fair point, Mr. Pilot. Mr. Pilot, we're going to let you go, but allow me to ask you one quick question. What are your views on the Kerala Chief Minister? You were the observer in Kerala, senior at that. Tomorrow is the day when the name of the Chief Minister is being announced. You have your money on whom, Mr. Pilot? KC Venugopal or VD Satish? And we are doing a bit of a bet in the office. You take great joy in, it's been 8 days, 9 days, 7 days. There are many stakes involved. We have a thumping majority. People have voted for the UDF. They are allies, they are members of parliament, MLAs, all have to be taken on board. Unlike other parties, it's not dictated about so-and-so will do that job. There is a consultation, everybody has to be on board. We want to give an effective and a performing government. And if it's taking a day or two extra just to make sure that everybody's on board, so be it. I think it's important to have the right choice and everyone must be given the adequate responsibilities, and we'll come up with the name. I think very soon the name will be announced, but rest assured the government will function and deliver on all its promises. Do you have a front runner, sir? I know you didn't want to speak about this, but do you have a front runner? Like I said, we're doing a bit of a... Yeah, go ahead.
I know you just want me to take names, but I'm not going to do that. But we all know that there are many, many qualified people, all equally eligible for that position. But ultimately, it'll have to be decided by the party leadership, and they're in the process of doing so.
Well, fair point. You won yourself an election. Congratulations. We'll wait for the name to be announced. Thank you, Mr. Pilot, for joining us this evening. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time out. All right. With that, I'm going to get into a quick break. To stay with us, news and updates continue on the other side.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
No hacks, no drama. Just the real Korean ritual in every bottle of Aquaje. Infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-Beauty Science. Aquaje, now in India.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
Character, the taste of success.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akage, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Akage, now in India.
से जब से मोदी सरकार आई है, टोटल हमारे देश में 93 पेपर लीक हुए हैं, 93, और इनमें अधिकतर पेपर डबल इंजन, ट्रिपल इंजन की बीजेपी की एनडीए की सरकारों में लीक हुए हैं। और अभी पिछले 1-2 दिन से खबरें आई हैं, ये जो नीट का पेपर लीक हुआ है, इसका एपिसेंटर भी राजस्थान है, और इनमें जो 2-4 लोगों के ऊपर सुई गई है वो भी बीजेपी के नेता दिखाई देते हैं। तो इससे शक तो पैदा होता है कि क्या इन सारे पेपर लीक में इनके नेता शामिल हैं, या इनकी पार्टियों का या सरकारों का संरक्षण है, या सीधे सीधे इनके नेता ही पेपर लीक करवा रहे हैं, उन्हीं का धंधा ही है। और अगर ऐसा है तो सीबीआई की जांच इसमें बेचारी क्या करेगी, सीबीआई इसमें बेचारी क्या करेगी?
देखिए, मैंने कल ही कहा था मीडिया को भी कि ये समझ के परे है कि जब 3 तारीख को एग्जाम हुआ था और छात्रों ने, अभ्यर्थियों ने 3 और 4 तारीख को ही पुलिस को रिपोर्ट कर दी, तो कोई परवाह नहीं करी पुलिस ने। फिर उन छात्रों ने एनटीओ को लिखा, तब जाके उन्होंने डीजी पुलिस को, मैंने सुना है, या इतला करी कि भाई ये शिकायत हमारे पास आ रही, राजस्थान से आ रही। तब केस एसओजी को दिया गया, उन्होंने 20-30 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर लिया। पर ये समझ के परे है क्या कारण था कि एफआईआर तक दर्ज नहीं कर रहे थे। 2024 में पेपर आउट हुआ, 25 में हुआ और 26 में हो रहा है। 3 साल लगातार एनटीए से पेपर आउट हो रहे हैं। जब तक आप तय में नहीं जाएंगे तो ये आगे भी ऐसी स्थिति बनती जाएगी।
Without 12, we forfeit.
Well, down to 11. We will lose.
So what's the plan? We need Jessica. She's not ready.
Also, the other big story of the day, the Prime Minister's message on austerity has seemingly begun at home. Visible action taken on ground. What you see on your television screen, the Prime Minister has cut down his own convoy size. The SPG convoy now significantly reduced, even as officials maintain there is no compromise in security protocol. There is also a push now to add more electric vehicles into this convoy. From an earlier fleet of 14 to 17 vehicles, the Prime Minister now visibly leaner to just 2 vehicles. With that, it's a wrap. On to the point. Stay tuned. On the other side is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akage, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Akage, now in India.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Energy consumption has actually gone up. If I looked at some statistics which my colleagues gave me yesterday, petrol consumption has gone up by 6%. In a crisis, there have been no shortcuts anywhere in the world, no dryouts. Every petrol pump in the country has had petrol, diesel. LPG supply is more than enough. We have done some good things. We've ramped up LPG production. We've brought consumption down a little. Partly it's due to the weather also. But it used to be, I think, 90,000 metric tons per day. Today is about 75. I think it'll come down to 72. But the good news is we are no longer import dependent on our refineries. And that is where really our strength has come from. We have 260 million metric tons per annum refining capacity. We're taking to 270. Our refineries have produced more and more LPG. I've given you a somewhat long-winded thing to say.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual in every bottle of Aquajet, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-Beauty Science. Aquajet, now in India.
हम सब जानते हैं कि ये इराक और अमेरिका के बीच जो युद्ध है उसकी वजह से हो रहा है, लेकिन इराक और अमेरिका की वजह से युद्ध जो है उसकी वजह से तो पूरी दुनिया प्रभावित है, सारी दुनिया के सभी देश प्रभावित हैं उस युद्ध की वजह से। लेकिन किसी भी देश की सरकार ने इस किस्म के ये 7 कदम उठाने के लिए किसी भी देश की सरकार ने अपने नागरिकों को अपील नहीं की है। एक भी देश नहीं है, किसी ने कुछ एक स्टेप, किसी ने 2 स्टेप, किसी ने, लेकिन ये 7 इतने कठोर कदम उठाने के लिए एक भी देश की सरकार ने अपने नागरिकों को अपील नहीं की है। इससे मन में शंका पैदा होती है कि कहीं स्थिति केवल इराक अमेरिका के युद्ध की बजाय और भी कहीं स्थिति कुछ और ज्यादा खराब तो नहीं है। हमारा देश किन परिस्थितियों से गुजर रहा है। तो दूसरी मेरी मोदी जी से प्रार्थना है कि देश के लोगों को बताए कि जो कदम किसी भी देश ने नहीं उठाए, सभी देश प्रभावित हैं, ऐसे कठोर कदम केवल भारत देश को उठाने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी, इतनी ज्यादा क्या खराब स्थिति हो गई।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Vice Chairperson of NEET Aayog, Dr. Ashok Lahiri, and should we be concerned?
There's really reason to be concerned, no doubt about that. National austerity, if it's a synonym for national savings.
The middle class is already dealing with inflationary pressures. Can this really meaningfully reduce import dependence? Given the geopolitical tensions that we are seeing, Dr. Lahiri, are you of the opinion that this national consensus around spending will give the direction to our economic resilience?
Presented by
अडानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Pakistan's perfidy, Pakistan's doublespeak has been called out once again. Pakistan's dubious actions during the US-Iran war this time have been called out by a Republican senator, incidentally the senator who's considered very close to US President Donald Trump. Senator Lindsey Graham at a hearing hit out at Pakistan after reports indicated that several Iranian aircraft, including an ELINT aircraft, an electronic intelligence aircraft, a C-130 Hercules, or in this instance an RC-130 Hercules, was parked at the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. India Today has exclusively accessed satellite images, and we'll show you those images in just a moment. Noor Khan Air Base, incidentally, is the main Pakistan command and control center that was bombed by the Indian Armed Forces during Operation Sindoor in May 2025. So Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, during a hearing in a conversation with US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and US Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, and I quote, "I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, then that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere," unquote. He then went on to call out Pakistan's doublespeak, asking if the mediator is permitting reconnaissance aircraft of Iran at its airbase. Is that consistent with being a fair mediator? He then went on to say that the US should be looking at someone else to mediate if this is the true face of Pakistan, or words to that effect, because the satellite images that we are about to show you will indicate, watch that desert-colored C-130, that suspected Iranian aircraft at a Pakistani airbase. India Today has accessed satellite images that show this desert-colored painted RC-130 ELINT aircraft parked at Noor Khan. Incidentally, in just a moment we'll get you details how extensive repairs and construction of hangars that's underway at the Noor Khan Air Base. In fact, images indicate more than one Iranian aircraft parked at this base. There are reports that seem to indicate that there are other Iranian aircraft, including passenger liners, at other air bases in Pakistan. There are reports of one C-130 and at least two other aircraft, including a passenger liner. Satellite images reviewed by India Today indicate Pakistan is building new hangars at the Noor Khan Air Base, likely to conceal military assets from satellite monitoring following India's Operation Sindoor. Pakistan, incidentally, rejected the US media reports regarding the presence of the Iranian aircraft at Noor Khan Air Base, calling those reports appearing in US media as misleading and sensationalized. Pakistan's foreign ministry has claimed that speculative narrative appears aimed at undermining ongoing efforts for regional stability and peace. And this is so typical Pakistan. You know, big words. It'll pretend to be a peacemaker, but what is Pakistan actually doing? Pakistan, according to US media reports, is harboring, shielding Iranian military aircraft from future attacks. Pakistan, of course, conceded some Iranian planes are parked at its air bases, but Pakistan claims that since Iranian and US officials arrived, aircraft arrived in Pakistan after the ceasefire and during the initial rounds of talks in Islamabad to support the movement of diplomatic personnel, security teams and administrative staff had also arrived earlier, and some of their assets remain parked in the country. Before I get you more on this big story, listen in to Senator Lindsey Graham, because he's actually asking very tough questions. He's asking tough questions of the US Secretary of War, that are they aware of Pakistan's double speak, of Pakistan's double game? Listen in.
If the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator? I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, you know, I appreciate all you've done. I'm very supportive of it. But when it comes to Pakistan and China, enough already.
Now, commercial high-resolution satellite imagery reviewed by India Today's open source intelligence team indicates that more than one Iran-linked aircraft may have been parked at Pakistan's Noor Khan airbase in Rawalpindi. This airbase, as India Today's report shows you, has been undergoing massive reconstruction operations intended to reduce satellite visibility of Pakistani military assets and, of course, now perhaps Iranian military assets a year after Indian airstrikes at the Noor Khan airbase as part of Operation Sindoor. Now, images sourced from a US-based satellite space intelligence firm, it shows military aircraft matching the design and description of a C-130 transport aircraft stationed at Pakistan's sensitive VVIP airbase. Two additional aircraft, what resembles to be an Iranian Mirage airplane, visible in imagery captured, and this is captured on the 25th of April. One of these aircraft was likely used by Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi during his second visit to Islamabad. The reason for the other two aircraft parked at the airbase again remains unclear. US lawmakers are questioning these developments. They're actually asking whether Pakistan, while pretending to be an unbiased mediator, is actually shielding Iranian assets, saving Iranian assets, because if they're parked in Iran, they will be targeted once again, as is the apprehension that they may be targeted by the United States, they may be targeted by Israel. If they're parked either in Pakistan or in another country, like in one instance, there was an aircraft that was parked in Afghanistan, then they're shielded from US airstrikes and missile strikes. Fresh satellite images also indicate significant reconstruction activity at the Noor Khan airbase nearly a year after it was targeted during Operation Sindoor. Now, the main facility that is believed to be the command and control center, which incidentally was targeted by Indian missiles, we'll show you those two images, those images that show massive damage during Indian strikes. Now, the original sites had to be demolished. The original construction had to be demolished, and now it's been replaced by brand new structures coming up there. That facility destroyed and rebuilt after Operation Sindoor. You can watch that on your television screen. Apparently, this image that was captured on the 25th of April seems to indicate that additional facilities are being constructed to protect more aircraft in this area. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's open source intelligence and information editor Ankit Kumar, joining me with more on the story. And Ankit, you've been poring over these satellite images for quite some time. Bring us first the Iranian aspect, and then I'll come to the Noor Khan aspect in just a moment about post-Op Sindoor reconstruction. But how many Iranian aircraft do we know of?
Well, Gaurav, India's External Affairs Minister not long ago used the D word for Pakistan. These satellite pictures are first visual proof of why Pakistan's military leadership and current political leadership cannot be trusted by the international community. Now, these pictures were sourced by India Today by US-based satellite intelligence company Vanter, and it shows at least 3 Iran-linked aircrafts. Now, the counter argument could be that these are in anticipation of Arakchi's visit. But the problem is that at least these two, one of this is C-130 and this other aircraft that is on your screen, these two have been parked here not just for days but for weeks. So that does not make sense. Another interesting thing, Gaurav, is that a counter argument that is being given by the Pakistani Pakistani analysts is that these could be linked with the Pakistani Air Force. They are not Pakistani, and here's the evidence. See the pattern of the camouflage. These are the C-130s used by Iranian Air Force, and this is the Noor Khan image from April 25. The pattern is similar. This, on the other hand, shows the Pakistani camouflage C-130 plane. The pattern is different, and that is why we are saying that this particular aircraft belonged to Iran. Now, here is an example of from March 6, Gaurav. In Iran, during the early days of the war, these particular aircraft were prime targets. You can see destroyed C-130s at Shiraz Air Base in Iran. And this particular image is what makes this entire thing very interesting. You know, every time there is satellite pictures of Noor Khan Air Base shown on Indian television, it causes embarrassment. And that is why Pakistan is creating these shelters. These are not hardened shelters. They will not protect your aircraft from airstrikes. But what they will do is they will cover this area so that your ability to see through satellite pictures, to observe what is happening, that will get reduced. And that is why you can see the work is still ongoing, and at least 4 new shelters at Noor Khan Air Base. This particular structure, Gaurav, was targeted during Operation Sindoor. It was believed to be a command and control center, which was completely destroyed. It has now been rebuilt in the new pictures, Gaurav.
Ankit, many thanks for joining me for the moment, but Pakistan's doublespeak is something that we want to highlight, and this isn't the first such instance. Pakistan's duplicity has repeatedly been exposed, and yet Pakistan continues to run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. Let me tell you about 2005. Pakistan virtually ran a nuclear Walmart. Abdul Qadir Khan, the father of the Pakistani bomb, was actually running a nuclear Walmart where he was smuggling centrifuges using, incidentally, the same C-130s or similar C-130 transport aircraft, US-made aircraft, and centrifuges were being smuggled to Iran. The nuclear Walmart also was trying to help Libya make the bomb. Back in 2005, Pakistan admitted that the father of its bomb, Abdul Qadir Khan, had transferred sensitive centrifuge nuclear technology to help Iran's nuclear program. One of the biggest proliferation scandals in modern history. 2011, the world's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden, he was killed in Abbottabad, barely 100 meters from Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul. Remember, Pakistan was part of the international force to target Taliban and Al-Qaeda post 9/11. Pakistan was the most favored non-NATO ally, or the most trusted non-NATO ally. This is how Pakistan responded to US trust, by shielding Osama bin Laden and hiding him at very close to Pakistan Military Academy at Kakul. The same year, leaked Guantanamo Bay documents triggered another controversy, with allegations of links between elements of Pakistan's ISI and terrorist networks. And this, when Pakistan publicly positioned itself as a country, Pakistan's ISI and CIA were working together in the war on terror. 2019, Imran Khan spoke aggressively on Jammu and Kashmir, but was completely silent on China's treatment of Uyghur Muslims. In fact, when a pointed question was put to him, he said, I'm not even aware of it. And this is when Pakistan claims to be a champion of Muslims world over. Yes, they may be, except when it comes to their paymaster, China. When it comes to their uncle, China, Pakistan just does a sajda, worse, maybe a pie boss to Xi Jinping, kissing Xi Jinping's feet. But this silence was attributed to Pakistan dependent on arms from China. 2026, Pakistan deployed fighter jets and troops to Saudi Arabia while trying to play a mediator in the Iran war and helping Iran, which incidentally was bombing Saudi Arabia. Now Islamabad says it's an honest mediator and Iranian reconnaissance aircraft are being sheltered at Noor Khan. Long history, familiar pattern. Pakistan says something but does something completely different. And what should one make of Senator Lindsey Graham calling out Pakistan and Pakistan's long history of running with the hare and hunting with hounds? Joining me on India First is Michael Kugelman, Director, South Asia Institute and Wilson Center. Joins us from the United States of America. Also with me, Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. Gentlemen, welcome, Sushant. You heard Senator Lindsey Graham. Has Pakistan's doublespeak and double game been exposed? Hosting talks and quietly letting Iranian Elent aircraft be parked at the Noor Khan Air Base?
Gaurav, it doesn't matter whether it's been exposed or not. For 20 years, the Pakistanis were taking the Americans for a ride in Afghanistan. And the excuse they were making is that we can't take action against the Taliban. We cannot do anything to them. We have to give them safe havens and sanctuaries inside Pakistan. Because how else do you think we will be able to intercede on your behalf and get you guys to talk to each other? So they've been playing this game for donkey's years now. And they're doing the same thing right now. Now, the Americans, I think there is at least a section of Americans who understand what is happening, how they are being had. But there is a larger section, which includes probably people like Lindsey Graham, because listen, you are reacting to what you heard Lindsey Graham say yesterday.
Okay.
But there's an entire history of Lindsey Graham with the Pakistanis, where he has lauded Pakistanis, appreciated them, held them up as exemplars, allies of the United States. So today he's flipping a lid. I don't take him seriously.
No, but why is he flipping a lid now? What are games at play?
Maybe take him seriously, really.
So let me bring in Michael Kugelman to respond to this. Has Senator Lindsey Graham called a spade finally on Pak mediation or Pak double game? Why would an Iranian electronic intelligence aircraft, that RC-130, be parked at Noor Base unless Pakistan was actually shielding Iranian assets perhaps from future attacks?
Yeah, so first a point on Lindsey Graham and what he said, just to keep the U.S. political context in mind here. Lindsey Graham is one of a very small number of public figures that President Trump trusts when it comes to issues related to Iran. It's well known that there are not many subject area specialists in the White House, given that the NSC has been cut down significantly. So it's a small number of folks that President Trump depends on. So I think it's pretty significant that Lindsey Graham was so critical of Pakistan yesterday. Though, as you know, President Trump, soon after that hearing, when Graham made those comments, Trump said that he still sees Pakistan as an important mediator. He said he's still happy with Pakistan. But to your point about this report, this is a case of a fact being presented in a report that cannot be disputed. Yes, there were military jets in Pakistan at Noor Khan, and even the Pakistani government acknowledged that. But the report, I think, presents a fact and then makes an assumption that this meant just because there were military aircraft at Noor Khan, they were being shielded from the war. But I think there's some other important things to be brought out here. I just, as an analyst, I think a full picture is necessary. These craft could well have been used for, and likely were used for, diplomats from Iran that were coming to Islamabad for that round of talks in Islamabad. And indeed, some of them could have been kept on in Pakistan in anticipation of the possibility of a second round of talks, which did not happen. And let's keep in mind that America was not bombing Iran. Israel wasn't either at this time. There was a ceasefire in effect. So I think we have to be careful in assessing what is a very important, indeed a bombshell report from CBS. I just think it's important to put that full picture out there. We could speculate about why those jets were there.
Are we then to believe, Michael, and let me bring in Sushant Sareen on this first, that, people would be traveling, military generals or ministers would be traveling in electronic intelligence aircraft, in an LNC-130, Sushant Sareen, because Pakistan's foreign ministry, as Michael Kuhlman very rightly points out, they haven't denied these reports of Iranian planes on Pakistani soil, but they said, they were there when the entourage came and they just remained there. But should they be there when the principals have gone back to their respective countries, or is this classic Pakistan playing all sides?
So I'll just come to that. Just a word on Lindsey Graham. Look, Michael is right that Lindsey Graham is somebody Trump has been, talking to, listening to, taking him seriously. But the problem out here is a massive disconnect. Lindsey Graham is interested in bombing the hell out of Iran. Trump does not have the stomach for it anymore. He wants to get out of this war, and he wants to get out of this war keeping his dignity intact, which I think is going to become difficult as time goes on, because the Iranians seem to be getting their act together. The American act is dissipating completely. So I would imagine that Trump is caught between a rock and a hard place, and given his past record, he'll dump Lindsey Graham if Lindsey Graham's advice or his take on the current situation does not match up to what Trump wants to hear. On the other question, look, you can make whatever excuse you want to make that these were officials of the Iranian from the Iranian side who were brought in this military aircraft, which is also an Elint aircraft. This is not one of the normal transport aircrafts. Yes. So this is a very specialized kind of an aircraft which was brought out here. Why this? Okay, I can understand this was brought when the main delegation of Iran was coming. But when that delegation was leaving, why didn't this plane leave with them? Ideally, if it was brought when that delegation was coming, and that delegation came in a civilian aircraft from the images we saw, this aircraft would have accompanied them to monitor the airspace around, which incidentally the Pakistanis claimed they were also protecting.
Yes.
So this aircraft comes around that time and then stays in Pakistan for what? Why doesn't it go back? Didn't it need to protect that delegation when it was going back? Because there were threats being issued from the American side that they will bump these guys off. There was that danger that these guys could be bumped at that point of time. So should not this aircraft have gone back at that point of time? And if it is continuing to stay in Pakistan, then there has to be some other explanation, because from April 11th, 12th, when this aircraft seems to have landed in Pakistan, to now it's over a month. And I don't know what kind of negotiations or what kind of officials are staying in Pakistan and for what, and what kind of negotiations are happening.
So let me bring in Michael Kugelman once again, because, and I want our viewers in a moment to also listen to that conversation that was taking place, because Michael Kugelman, Senator Lindsey Graham said, I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. Given these reports of Iranian warplanes being sheltered on Pakistani side, while Islamabad was supposedly brokering peace, does Pakistan appear to be not an unbiased mediator? Is Pakistan playing that old game of being a part of the coalition against Taliban and yet shielding the Taliban? They've done so in the past. Are they doing so even this time, in your view?
Well, I mean, I think it is quite clear that at this point of time, the U.S., or pardon me, Pakistan has earned more trust from the U.S. than it has from Iran. The Trump administration, for whatever reason, including the president, appears to genuinely respect and admire and trust the top leadership in Pakistan, including the field marshal. Whereas with Iran, I think that it wasn't until Ishaq Dar went to Beijing to get China's buy-in for Pakistan's role in the mediation effort. Only then could Pakistan count on Iran's buy-in for what Pakistan was doing, given the amount of leverage that China has over Iran. And I think that as this process plays out, as more time goes by without a deal, without even another round of formal talks between the Americans and the Iranians, I think Pakistan will be subjected to suspicion by the Iranians that that the Pakistanis are simply too close to the Americans, doing its bidding, and so on. The irony here, you probably saw the report from CNN the other day that there's some in the Trump administration that reportedly think that Pakistan is actually not doing a good job of being a mediator because it's not presenting accurately Trump's concerns, deep concerns about the state of the peace process. This is the risk that Pakistan takes the longer it's involved, particularly playing this very open public role as a lead mediator. It's going to it's going to get subjected to a lot of criticism from all sides. But in terms of whether Pakistan is not an honest broker, well, I mean, at one point during those talks in Islamabad, the field marshal was sitting at the table next to the U.S. and Iranian sides. There were three-way talks happening. So at one point, at least, the Iranians and the Americans trusted Pakistan to be playing the role that it was playing at that time.
Though Pakistan has a long history of running with the hare and hunting with hounds, Sushant Sareen, and the US administration is expected to know that, given their attitude with the Taliban shielding Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. And yet, if the US trusts them after what Donald Trump said in his first tenure as president, that we've given them $33 billion and all we get from them is lies and deceit, the US is rather myopic.
But the US has always been like that, hasn't it? And look, as far as Trump is concerned, what he says in the evening, he contradicts in the afternoon, and then he contradicts it again in the in the night. So, who takes Trump seriously now? Michael is making a very reasoned argument that the longer this thing stretches out, but I think he's got the causation wrong. I think the longer these talks stretch out without any kind of a solution, without any kind of a framework agreement, it works for the Iranians because the Iranians are sitting tight. They're sitting pretty. Who are the people who are suffering? It's the rest of the world. It's the Americans who are looking bad because they look like they've got paralysis. They bring in their ships. The ships get hit. The ships are taken back. They bring in aircraft carriers. Those get hit. They pull them back. They have virtually given over the Strait of Hormuz. They're feeding wrong information to people. Now, Michael is quoting a particular news report that Trump or some people in America feel that the Pakistanis are delivering wrong messages. Apart from the fact that the Pakistanis always do that, the point is, what is the message that the Americans want to deliver? And who takes Trump seriously? Because he has threatened exterminating Iran at least a dozen times. And then he has backed off, right? He has chickened out. Who takes him seriously anymore? What are his options? He's run out of options. Either he now scales up the war, which will have its own implications, or he pulls out, in which case he can declare victory because he in his own head is always victorious. He's the greatest. He's Napoleon. He's Alexander. He's everybody rolled into one.
No, so are they hoping for forward movement post-China? And I'll come to that question in just a moment, and I want both of you to weigh in on that. But Michael Kugelman, President Trump in his first tenure had actually called out Pakistan for taking billions of dollars. If I remember correctly, that message said words to the effect that post $33 billion in 15 years, and US got nothing but lies and deceit. Trump in 2026...
point. Okay. Just one sentence. You forget that after he made that tweet, an year later, he was sucking up to the Pakistanis, asking them to intercede on behalf of the Americans to get them some kind of a deal with the Taliban. So, what he said in 2018 had no meaning by 2019.
Yes, and overlooking, look, right now, America is desperate that Iran does not make a bomb, but it's the same Pakistan, that Abdul Qadir Khan nuclear Walmart, that sent the centrifuges to Iran using the C-130. Somewhere down the line, America, Michael Kugelman, doesn't seem to get its policy on Pakistan right. It seems to be feeding a snake whose actions are detrimental to the United States.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's certainly true that Pakistan has been very good at playing American governments over the years. And, you know, we saw that, as was noted before, during the war in Afghanistan, looking to Pakistan as an ally, expecting that Pakistan would help the U.S. in Afghanistan, even though Pakistan was backing the Taliban. And of course, there are many other examples, the nuclear weapons program and others. But getting to your point about Trump, I mean, Sushant is exactly right, that what he says today is not what he's going to say tomorrow. And I would argue that this second term Trump, this Trump 2.0, is a very different Trump than you had in his first term, and that he's even more rigidly transactional than he was the first time around. Every consideration he has when it comes to America's foreign policy is, how can this help me? How can this help our interest? How can this help the U.S.? How can this help me? And Trump saw very early on in his second term.
Every instance, Michael Kugelman, every instance seems to have hurt American interests, whether it was 9/11 bombing, Pakistan shielding Osama bin Laden, Abdul Qadir Khan's nuclear Walmart. Everything seems to be going against American interests in the long run.
Right. Well, but I mean, again, he's very transactional. He thinks, what can help me now? He's not thinking about the long run. And what was the thing that happened that made Trump really change his view toward Pakistan early in the second term? It was when the Pakistanis helped the U.S. track down that IS-KP terrorist that, according to the U.S., had been involved in the Abbey Gate attack in Kabul. As I understand it, that is what changed Trump's thinking in a big way. What happened? The Pakistanis helped the U.S. track down a terrorist that had killed Americans. And for Trump, that's significant, right? As you'll recall, in his first address to Congress in his second term, he publicly praised Pakistan, which stunned so many, because why would he be praising Pakistan of all countries? So my point is, you're right. Ultimately, decisions that the U.S. has made when it comes to how it engages with Pakistan have indeed often hurt U.S. interest over the longer term. But Trump thinks about what can you do to help me today or tomorrow maybe. But he doesn't think about long-range considerations.
And in all of this, Pakistan's actually learned how to play the United States, Sushant Sareen, the last 30 seconds I have on this part of the show, because every time Pakistan wanted anything out of the United States, they would just hand over some terrorist and mint money out of the Americans.
Yes, and the thing is, Gaurav, that the terrorist they've handed this time around was a lower-level operator. He was not even the mastermind of the... Right, and he's just made a complete ass of the entire American system, which they wanted to become. And that is the problem, that people like Trump, look, I don't have any problem with somebody being transactional, but the Americans need to ask themselves that his transactionalism in this round, what has it done? It has destroyed America's image. Who trusts America today? Even the Europeans have been alienated. You know, forget us. We never counted for much. But even the Europeans have been alienated. The Japs are scared. The Koreans are now trying to find their insurance. The Aussies are looking for some kind of hedge against, China and other things, because they don't trust the Americans completely. Nobody trusts America anymore. Is this what transactionalism is? And the only transactionalism that seems to have worked for Trump is for him and his cronies and the billions of dollars they seem to have made.
Oh, absolutely. And perhaps, the Americans will have to think about this in their own national interest. I want to thank Michael Kugelman for joining me on this part of the show. Big story coming in. Iran's Foreign Minister, Syed Abbas Araghchi, he's now on his way to India for the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is also expected to attend this meeting in person, but the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will not be here. Beijing is instead being represented by China's ambassador to India. The two-day meeting starts tomorrow. It's expected to be dominated to a very large extent on how to deal with the situation that emerges out of the situation in West Asia, shifting power equations and the push for a new global order. Syed Abbas Araghchi's presence comes at a very critical moment for Tehran as Iran has intensified its global outreach to look for support and in some ways consolidate support within emerging powers, especially power centers like the BRICS. For India, this meeting offers a chance to deepen engagement with Iran. India's positioning itself as a key diplomatic bridge in an increasingly polarized world, with wars, with sanctions, with shifting alliances, with global politics being reshaped. This BRICS table in New Delhi, the foreign ministers meeting now, which will set the tone for the summit later, is where key decisions, forward movement on key decisions are likely on future alignment for emerging powers. Very, very interesting. I want to quickly bring in India Today's Pranay Upadhyay, who joins us for more on this. Pranay, the world is going through turmoil. It's not just Iran. To a very large extent, many global powers are looking at a grouping like BRICS to provide a solution. So in which direction is India likely to steer the forward movement of BRICS?
If you see the diplomatic calendar of this month, Gaurav, you can very well see that how India, who's a big votary of the multipolarity in the world, will be hosting not only the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, but would also be hosting the Quad foreign ministers meeting in the same month, and Prime Minister would be traveling to UAE as well as to 4 other European nations. And as far as the BRICS grouping is concerned, this is the first meeting or first international event where the Iranian foreign minister and also the foreign ministry representative of the UAE would be there. And just a while ago, if I may give you an update, that the Indian foreign minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, held a meeting with his Russian counterparts, Sergei Lavrov, and therein Dr. Jaishankar clearly said that in these uncertain times, the political contact between India and Russia has become more important. And as far as India's energy security is concerned, India is looking at, making the partnership more robust with all friends, including Russia.
Oh, absolutely. The other big story that we're tracking here on India Today is US President Donald Trump in Beijing. He's arrived in Beijing just a short while back. This is the first visit by an American president in nearly a decade. You're looking at those images of Donald Trump landing in Beijing just a short while back. Trump's priorities can be summed up in 3 T's: trade, Tehran, and Taiwan. On trade, Donald Trump wants China to buy more made in US goods. He wants a bigger push for aviation. Aircraft purchases under discussion. On Iran, he's expected to press China to do more behind the scenes to influence Tehran, particularly to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, China buys 90% of Iran oil, and China also wants the Strait of Hormuz to be opened, even the American blockade to be removed. But America wants, one, Iran to lift the blockade and not demand $2 million per ship. Taiwan is also likely to feature prominently among other issues, including Hong Kong. From Beijing's perspective, Xi Jinping's objectives focus on 3 S's. So if it's 3 T's for America, it's 3 S for China. Stability, status, and a sense on Taiwan. China wants greater stability in West Asia. It directly affects China's energy security, as it does practically Asia's energy security. Xi Jinping is also aiming to reinforce China's status as a responsible global power. There are many who are talking about a G2 emergence, America and China. China is also quietly working to ease tensions in Iran. On Taiwan, Beijing is seeking reassurance from Washington, D.C. that there would be no interference on the issue of Taiwan. He wants a statement and restraint from allies. Now, despite these assumptions in Washington, D.C., China's influence over Iran, many analysts argue, is often overstated. Tehran does not simply follow Beijing's instructions. China can encourage dialogue. China can make suggestions, but is it likely that Tehran will listen to everything? That's a big, big question. I quickly, okay, listen in to Donald Trump. I'll get you more on that story.
I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problems. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Mr. President, do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't
do you think he
does,
can help
no.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, every single element of their war machine is gone. They've killed a lot of people. They've killed 42,000 people at least over the last month and a half. We win.
I want to bring Pranay Upadhyay once again into this conversation. Pranay, what are key expectations from this visit? Forward movement of Strait of Hormuz is something that everyone's talking about. But do we see a new emergence of a new structure, the G2 that some are talking about, or is that very unlikely?
We can't say for sure, Gaurav, that a G2 kind of structure can emerge from this meeting or not, because, you know, President Donald Trump has given similar kind of structures with Russia as well, and G2 kind of structure, but that didn't work. And in the current state of the international politics, the turbulence of geopolitics, you know, President Donald Trump is looking at a way out from the quagmire of Strait of Hormuz and the Iran situation. His immediate priority would be there, but a leader like a leader like President Donald Trump will not let President Xi Jinping get the byline of cracking a deal with Iran. So certainly he'll try and navigate a situation where, you know, China might play some role in putting some pressure on Iran and to get some deal worked out. But the primary focus here would be sorting out the business relation and the trade relation with China, because the US economy also need, and no amount of the rhetoric about the decoupling or the trade war or tariff war against China. But the fact remains that the US economy is largely dependent on the Chinese supply lines.
So will it be optics or will it be something substantive is the big question, and Pranay and our team will be tracking that story very closely. Pranay, for the moment, many thanks. Top Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh leader Dattatreya Hosabale has stirred a hornet's nest, calling for keeping a window open for dialogue with Pakistan, even as India deals firmly with the state sponsor of radical Islamist terror. The RSS General Secretary in an interview said India must strongly respond to Pakistan any act of cross-border terrorism, but keep a window open for dialogue, for talks. He recalled former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, how he always kept the path open for dialogue. He traveled to Lahore. He was quoted saying, Dattatreya Hosabale was quoted saying, everything has been tried and more such efforts should continue. Atalji tried to engage them in dialogue. He went to Lahore by bus and many things have happened. And our Prime Minister, this of course is in reference to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, invited Pakistan at the time of his oath-taking ceremony. Then he attended a wedding ceremony of a Pakistani leader. So all these things we have tried. Dattatreya Hosabale emphasized that if Pakistan is like a pinprick trying to create incidents like Pulwama, we have to answer appropriately according to the situation, because the security and self-respect of a country and the nation have to be protected. The government of the day should take note of it, should take care of it, but he believes diplomatic relations also need to be maintained. Trade, commerce, that continues, visas be given, and India should not stop these because there's always a window for dialogue. Now, the Congress party has reacted very strongly to these remarks. They've actually criticized the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. They're asking if this is a potential policy shift or is this happening under US pressure, under external influence, contrasting it with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's tough talk that terror and talks cannot happen together. In fact, senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh indicated that Dattatreya Hosabale's recent trip to the United States may have impacted him, and the RSS perhaps implying that there is a US alignment or there's US pressure to restore dialogue between India and Pakistan. However, in Jammu and Kashmir, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, she welcomed the statement, calling for dialogue, saying dialogue is the only way forward, aligning it with long-standing calls for engagement on the issue of Jammu and Kashmir and for other bilateral issues. Now listen into Dattatreya Hosable. I'll get you more on the story.
If the Pakistani is the pinpricks which is trying to give, like in Pulwama, etc., we have to answer wholesomely according to the situation. Because the security and self-respect of a country and a nation has to be protected, and the government of the day should take note of it and take care of it. But at the same time, we need not close the doors. We should always be ready to engage them in dialogue. That's why diplomatic relations are maintained.
Okay.
Trade and commerce goes on.
Yeah.
Visas are being given. So that we should not stop it. But because there should be a window for always for a dialogue.
The question is, what has changed from India insisting terror and talks cannot happen together? Prime Minister Narendra Modi on more occasions than one has said, "Golibari ke beech baatcheet sunai nahi deti." Does this also indicate that we will see a change in the policy of the government saying blood and water cannot flow together? Is there merit in the Congress party asking, is there a change either in the government policy or the RSS stance post this recent United States visit? Is there US pressure being mounted to start dialogue with Pakistan? Joining me on India First is Desh Ratan Nigam, a political analyst and advocate close to the Sangh. Also with me, Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, somebody who keeps a close eye on Pakistan's perfidy and doublespeak. Desh Ratan Nigam, is this Hriday Parivartan? Is this US pressure, as Jairam Ramesh asks?
No, I don't think so, Gaurav, because if you look at in totality what Dattatreya the Sir Karwa, respected Sir Karwa, has said. He said Pakistan is a pinprick and appropriate responses have been given to Pakistan, whether it was surgical strike or Operation Sindhu. So those steps have to be taken by the government of India. But at the same time, he said the military of Pakistan cannot be trusted. He wanted to engage with the civil society. Whether a government controlled by a military can actually engage in effective dialogue or talks is a question, which in my opinion, Dattatreya very clearly said that cannot be done because it's the military which is actually controlling that. So he has asked the civil society people, artists, the sports person, others to engage. Yes, the dialogue allows both the parties to actually understand what is Pakistan up to, what is India's stand. Yes, however, today what we have seen, see, RSS does not dictate any policy to the government. We work in an ecosystem where we engage with the various sections of our society, whether NGOs, the experts, ambassadors, politicians from various hues, and we create an ecosystem within which the policy develops. We are not foreign ministry. We are not.
No, but you're creating an ecosystem for dialogue resumption with Pakistan, because Sushant Sareen, Indian leaders in the past have repeatedly fallen into Pakistan trap, or as many argue, the American trap. America wants its business to be sorted. Pakistan wants dialogue with India. So then you have an ecosystem in India that will suddenly rise and ask for dialogue with Pakistan and say, yo, you can't change your neighbors, you have to talk with your neighbors. The same neighbor who's followed one consistent policy to bleed you over decades. Are we falling in the same trap, Sushant Sareen?
We never got out of that trap. If I hear what the RSS leader said today, it's quite clear that we have always been in that trap. Now, let me make a couple of points. This is the classic own goal or self-goal which has been done today. And it is reflective of a kind of a suicidal thinking. My friend, Mr. Nigam, who was my prime minister in college, says that we need to speak to people, artists and civil society in Pakistan to understand. You haven't understood Pakistan in 80 years. How much more understanding do you need? Then Mr. Hosbole says these are pinpricks. इस Pulwama a pinprick when 40 Indian soldiers are blown apart? Is that a pinprick? I can take pinpricks from Pakistan. Pinpricks are those stupid characters, ISPR characters doing fake tweets. That's a pinprick, right? I don't declare war on them on a pinprick. Pulwama was not a pinprick. Okay, let's be very clear. Pahalgam is not a pinprick. Mr. Hosbole then says, Atalji went in the bus. What happened after Atalji went? 2 weeks later, the Pakistanis were in Kargil. What happened after Mr. Modi went to Lahore for the wedding?
Pathankot.
You had Pathankot. So, Gaurav, it is shocking, this kind of suicidal thinking. And these people who think, okay, it's the politicians and the army in Pakistan which is bad. Have they done a survey of the civil society in Pakistan? On what basis is these people in the RSS saying that the civil society, the artists, etc., we should have sports links, we should have good ties with them? On what basis do they think that they can these good...
Let me get Deshratan Nigam to respond to that, because Pakistani cricketers, they either want to convert Hindus to Islam. Is RSS okay with it? Pakistani cricketers talk of Ghazwa-e-Hind. Is RSS okay with it? I mean, I want to understand why you taking Vajpayee example. Vajpayee was stabbed in the back, and because Vajpayee was stabbed in the back, 550 Indians lost their lives. And yet Musharraf was invited to Agra, and then we had an attack on our parliament, and yet Vajpayee went to Pakistan once again, and you had more terror attacks in India. Vajpayee enjoyed SPG security, not the hundreds of Indians who are killed, sir, on the streets of Mumbai, in the trains of Mumbai. 200 people were killed in 2006. 166 were massacred in 26/11/2008.
Well, Gaurav, in fact, the examples that have been cited by Sushant Sureen and yourself, they are very relevant, no doubt, but we will not engage with the people who are anti-India there. Yes, I'm sure there will be people, and we have heard voices there in Pakistan who have taken a very positive stand, but certainly not with a military-controlled government, not certainly with those sports persons who want to convert Hindus into Muslim, or, for example, having Ghazwa-e-Hind. सर
आपके मंदिर तोड़ रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके हिंदुओं को कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं इस्लाम में पाकिस्तान में, और हम बोल रहे हैं उनकी सिविल सोसाइटी. मियां मिट्ठू उनका नेशनल हीरो है. But we talking about Pakistani civil society. But Sushant Sareen, one question, and for everybody who wants dialogue with Pakistan, has Pakistan lifted a little finger to tackle India-centric terror, to call out that military jihad network operating in Pakistan? Wahan to they shower rose petals on people who bleed Indians. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a national hero in Pakistan. Sushant Sareen.
So when Mr. Hosbole says that we should talk to community leaders in Pakistan, Hafiz Saeed is a community leader. You ask any Pakistani, he'll tell you he's a religious leader. Jaish-e-Mohammed fellow is a religious leader out there. They'll say he's a community leader. They say that when you bombed that goddamn place in Bahawalpur, that was a religious place. That was not a terror training camp. That is what they say. Now, if Mr. Hosbole cannot distinguish between the two, then he should not talk on these issues. He should stick to his core competence rather than weighing in on these kind of issues. When Mr. Nigam says that there are a few people in Pakistan, who have nice feelings for India, yeah, tell me something. What is the worth of those people? And what are those people? Those same people are those Najam Sethi-Pheti type of people who spew venom against you whenever they get the chance. And final point, they say when the military does not dominate. Can Mr. Nigam please inform me in the last 80 years when it was that the military did not dominate the policy on India in Pakistan?
Okay, 30 seconds, Mr. Nigam, 30 seconds that I have on this part of the show, because this is something perhaps... Okay, Mr. Nigam, because Dattatreya Hosable also, when he says something, he's influencing at least some people in our country. In case they then start calling for dialogue with Pakistan, or that Wagah Mombatti brigade rises once again, that will be disastrous. We'll have another terror attack. Then again we'll say blood and water cannot flow together. Why must we go through this cycle again and again?
Certainly not. What is Dattatreya ji has very clearly said is a signal to the Pakistani society that you have to move away from military. That's the signal that he has given, that you cannot be trusted till the military is controlling. The RSS worldview is certainly about, generally speaking, about confident Indian civilization, which believes in its past and which is not afraid of its future. We are reclaiming our place in the international level, and therefore, if Pakistan tries to create a problem, we are for an appropriate, strong response, which has been given in the past. But at the same time, what we see today in the international arena, that India is very suitably placed for as a peacemaker in the world. So when we have that image, when everybody tries to approach India, we have a policy. Government of India has a policy towards Pakistan, but at the same time, with a strong response, we have a certain window open so that our neighborhood is peaceful. We have seen what has happened in Bangladesh. We are seeing what is happening in Pakistan. But at the same time, along with this strong and appropriate response which has been given in the past, a small window with the people who of the civil society who military does not control. Yes, they do speak, although in hushed
tones. Sir, they need to rise. They will be put in jail in Bahawalpur and Muridke. But I haven't seen this minuscule minority in Pakistan. And trust me, Sushant and I track Pakistan very closely. Trust me, Sushant, the next pressure will come. Indus Waters Treaty, which is held in abeyance, please give them water. They are dying of thirst. Trust me, our blood does not matter. Pakistani water matters more.
Yeah, this constant refrain of the civil society, that minuscule, it doesn't count for anything. An article in one paper somewhere in Pakistan, it does not matter. So if you are making your policy on the basis of a fringe minority in Pakistan, then we need to get our heads examined. We are not a serious country. We are not a serious people. And frankly speaking, pardon my saying so, the RSS is not a serious organization if it is going to make policy on the basis of a fringe, right? Let's be very clear about it. So please,
Sir, 1,000 years of Somnath, when we talk about rebuilding the Somnath, taking it absolutely to its new glory, clearly we have to learn some lessons and some lessons from history. We must also learn from the Battle of Tarai. We must learn from what happened to Prithviraj Chauhan after he forgave Muhammad Ghori and what transpired. But that's a lesson for another day. That is all I have for you in this part of the broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India.